51% of us. So I said one time, literally, that if it were to be by numbers, we would have a female president in Uganda. Yeah? Would have a female president all through, because if it's 50% plus one and we're 51%, I mean the men would not have no chance. But well, we have quite a number of structural barriers, and today, as we ring the bell for all women and girls, we remind ourselves of some of those barriers and the work that we need to do. And that work cannot be done by one person, one entity, only the government or only the private sector. It has to be concerted effort, all of us together. We can't do it as women alone. The men need to come through. We need to have men, we need to have boys, brothers, uncles, grandfathers who stand in for gender equality and ensure that all the impediments to things like accessing resources, opportunities, or achieving goals as women get to be dealt away. I know it's a long time to come. COVID-19 took us back so many years to those goals, but I know that one step at a time. They say the journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. I do not want to take any more time because we have really lost some minutes, and yet this is a breakfast meeting. I am going to request that we all stand. I know that you're still having breakfast, but let's stand for a few minutes, take our anthems and prayer, and then we will immediately dive into the program. Thank you so much. Let's stand, and our technical team will lead us through the Uganda anthem, the East African anthem, and I know the women will kill me for not having a women's anthem, but we will definitely, I think, who is going to commit to lead us in singing the anthem, the women's anthem? Not the MC, terms and conditions apply. Who is leading us? I need to see a woman. You know, the Gen Zs, don't even know that we have a women's anthem. Not so. Who is leading us in singing the women's anthem? Or we can sing it at the end while we conclude. Yeah, we will definitely have to do that. But the technical team, please take us through. Just before we sit, allow me to invite Madame Mafumbo to come and give us a word of prayer. Michelle, please, you're welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's humble ourselves for prayer. Dear Lord God Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for bringing us together for this beautiful cause. We honor you, and we pray that as we have this conference, as we have this breakfast meeting, may we get enlightened on what exactly happens in the spaces regarding women, and may it not just be a statement to say today, may it involve actions from now on and accountability to ensure that these discussions go on well. In Jesus' mighty name we've prayed and believed. Amen.
Yes, we may get seated, ladies and gentlemen. I will observe the protocol because our CEO will be reading us that protocol so that much later on, as everyone else comes to speak, we can just be able to write on that protocol because of time coming through. Ringing the bell has been a symbolic action to remind us that we need to do the work. We need to put in the effort in protecting the gains, not the NRMs. I'm not using the NRM tagline, I'm just using the English word. Please don't quote me out of context. In protecting the gains that have been made to gender equality, but also paying attention to the fact that we are not just signatories to the women empowerment principles, because there are over 12,000 organizations or companies that are signatories, but to remind ourselves that we need to take a significant action and intentional actions to ensure that what we are signed to, we actually get to fulfill. And of course, a lot of the spotlight is on the private sector actors in advancing the fact that women's rights, justice, and action for all women and girls needs to be upheld. And without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow me now invite I want first of all actually thank all our partners. A special thank you to the Uganda Securities Exchange for always thinking through that, not just the Women's Month, but to remind ourselves of the commitments that we have made to the United Nations Women. Thank you so much, because you are the leader when it comes to reminding us about the women empowerment principles that we are centered to or that we are signatories to. I also would like to say a very special thank you to the International Finance Corporation. Thank you for coming through. The Uganda Bankers Association, well represented here. I won't mention each and every bank by itself. We may be able to take up all the time. But to all our partners, thank you so much for honoring the invitation and for ensuring that we always continue to have this conversation. Allow me now invite Mr. Paul Bwiso, who is our Chief Executive Officer of the Uganda Securities Exchange, to just set the pace for us and take us through what the day will hold. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to Mr. Paul Bwiso.
Our chief guest, Honorable Asamo Helen Grace, the Minister of State for Disability Affairs in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. It's a pleasure to have you once again this year. You represented us, you joined us last year, and so we are quite honored and thrilled to have you here again this year. Mr. Patrick Joram Mugisha, Commissioner Business Development and Quality Assurance, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Ms. Anita Nabirie Mwanda, Country Officer, International Finance Corporation. Dr. Paulina Chiwangu, Country Representative, UN Women Uganda. Distinguished guests, our partners, sponsors, Opportunity Bank, Old Mutual, IFC, among others, as I will mention them later. Members of the investment community, members of the listed companies, our stockbrokers, our directors present, community leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I was told that I had to deal with the protocols so that the rest would stand on them. So there they are. So good morning. Good morning. So it's a privilege for the Uganda Securities Exchange to join exchanges around the world in commemorating the Ring the Bell for Gender Equality. Today we celebrate not just the presence of women in our markets, but their growing influence, their leadership, and their ability to transform the economic landscape. This year's theme, Rights, Justice, Action for All Women and Girls, calls us to reflect, to measure progress, and most importantly, to act. Because justice alone is not enough. Equality without action remains a promise unfulfilled. As Malala Yousafzai reminds us, we cannot all succeed when half of us are held back. And here in Uganda, we are determined to ensure that no woman or girl is held back from contributing to and benefiting from our capital markets. So, do we have women in leadership? The answer is yes. Leadership matters. When women lead, organizations thrive, markets grow, and communities prosper. Across Uganda's listed companies, we are seeing encouraging signs. We have Ms. Sylvia Mulinge, CEO of MTN Uganda, guiding one of the largest companies with remarkable vision and drive. We've got Ms. Sophie Achak, the CEO of DFCU Limited, a listed company that has a huge shareholding in one of the largest institutions in the country. So, where women hold significant roles in management, among others. These are not exceptions. They are signals that women are shaping strategy, driving results, and redefining leadership. Across boards, women are taking their rightful seats. MTN Uganda and Stanbic Uganda Holdings lead with up to 30% female board representation. Other companies, including DFCU Limited, New Vision, and Bank of Baroda, are following suit. Yet we know there is still work to do. Female board chairs remain rare, and senior management representation in industrial and utility sectors lag behind within the markets. But the story is not just about those in the boardroom. Increasingly present in senior management, holding between 15 to 38% of key roles across listed companies. And in the broader market, women investors number over 57,000, or about 27% of the total investor base. These women are not just participants, they are decision makers, innovators, and market shapers. As Ruth Bader Ginsburg once said, women belong in all places where decisions are being made. And today, we affirm that they do, to ensure they are not just present, but heard, valued, and empowered. So the question is, how do we turn justice into action? Justice without action is like a bell that does not ring. Action transforms promise into progress. At the Uganda Securities Exchange, we are committed to turning words into deeds. We promote financial literacy and investor education for women, ensuring they have the confidence to make informed decisions. We support women-led enterprises, connecting them to capital, mentorship, and market opportunities. We encourage listed companies to adopt transparent governance and diversity policies, fostering environments where women can thrive. And we partner with regulators and stakeholders to ensure opportunities accessible to all women and girls, such as this event. Across our markets, several companies are leading by example. MTN Uganda, through its Advancing Women Entrepreneurs program, provides mentorship, training, and market access for women-led businesses. DFCU Limited equips women through Women in Business, Grow, and Rising Woman initiatives, helping them scale their businesses. Stanbic Uganda Holdings supports women through Stanbic for Her and Ignite Leadership programs, providing credit, training, and development. Airtel Uganda bridges the digital gender gap with its Tech for Her program, giving young women in demand digital skills, mentorship, and internships. BAT Uganda fosters professional growth through Women in BAT, flexible work arrangements, and leadership programs. NIC Holdings empowers young women with netball-linked scholarships, nurturing education, leadership, and teamwork. Bank of Baroda Uganda invests in women's sports by supporting the national women's Kabaddi team, instilling resilience and excellence. Quality Chemicals Limited demonstrates inclusion through community engagement and workforce participation, while New Vision celebrates women's achievements and builds capacity through Women Achievers Project and the New Vision Foundation. And beyond individual companies, Sector-wide initiatives such as the Uganda Bankers Association's Women Economic Empowerment Initiative are helping to accelerate change across the financial sector. So, women empowering women. But action is not only about policies and programs, it's also about how we interact with one another. True progress comes when women support and empower fellow women, when women celebrate each other's successes, and when women actively work to remove barriers rather than create them. Too often, societies face what is called crab in the barrel mentality, when individuals put others down out of envy, fear, among others. But in the capital markets, in leadership, and in life, there is room for all of us to rise. Mentorship, sponsorship, and collaboration are not just nice ideas. They are essential strategies for accelerating gender equality. Women who lift other women create networks of opportunity, confidence, and resilience. When a woman mentors another into leadership, invests in her business, or supports her career progression, the impact implies it strengthens organizations, markets, and the society as a whole. As Melinda Gates said, a woman with a voice is by definition a strong woman. And when women amplify the voices of other women, they create a chorus of strength that cannot be ignored. Women, empowering women through products and services. But action also translates into concrete financial opportunities. At the Uganda Securities Exchange, we are actively exploring market initiatives and investment products designed to empower women. Imagine bonds and real estate investment trusts that channel capital into women-led businesses, giving them the funding to scale. Imagine training programs that equip women with knowledge and confidence to invest in the stock market, building wealth and economic influence. Imagine a market where listing support, investment opportunities, and mentorship programs are accessible to all women and girls, creating a pipeline of empowered leaders and investors. Because we know that when women participate fully in markets, economies thrive and societies flourish. This is not just aspiration. It is a strategic imperative for stronger and more resilient markets and sustainable growth in Uganda. This day is not just about CEOs, boards, or senior managers. It's all about women and girls. The young girl who dreams of leading a listed company, the entrepreneur seeking capital to grow her business, the professional building a career in finance, law, and governance, the first-time investor discovering the power of the markets, the athlete gaining leadership and teamwork skills through scholarships and sports. Each of them represents a future unlocked, a market strengthened, a society transformed. And yet challenges remain. Women are still underrepresented in board chairs. Some sectors lag in senior management diversity, and women investors are only 27% of the market. These are not excuses, they're opportunities for deliberate action, for mentorship, training, and market-based solutions that break down barriers. Michelle Obama reminds us there is no limit to what women can accomplish. Let them not only believe, let them act on it, invest in it, and enable. Ringing the bell for change. As we ring the bell today, we do so not merely as a ceremony, but as a declaration that justice must be measured, a declaration that action must be tangible, a declaration that Uganda Securities Exchange will continue to ensure markets are inclusive and accessible to all women and girls. As Adena Friedman, CEO of NASDAQ, sorry about that. As Adena Friedman, CEO of NASDAQ, said, diverse boards and leadership teams create better returns, better decisions, and better companies. Let this be our guiding principle because women participate fully in capital markets. Women build markets that are stronger, more resilient, and more prosperous for all. Together, we can build stronger, fairer, and more inclusive markets. Markets and a brighter future for Uganda. Thank you for listening to me. No, I think they put it up. So there are just a few numbers that I would like you to look at in regards to the market, but I'll invite Bob, our manager at the depository, to come and quickly run through these numbers so that you get a bit of a picture of how the markets are performing in terms of women in Uganda's capital markets. And yeah, it will be a brief, maybe 3 to 5 minutes. Thank you for listening to me, and hand over to Bob. Bob.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Women's Month. It's a new term I'm coming to grips with. I was telling my colleague that I think we also need to do a Men's Month. I don't know. I think I've started the whole here. Yeah. Yeah. So I think my task is simple. It's just to highlight for us just a few numbers from the market so that at least we can put it into perspective. So to the team, the technical team, if we can try to run the numbers. It appears. So as at end of last year, we had 57,569 female investors on the market. So to put it into perspective, that represents about 27% of the total investors on the market. We also try to look at it from a 3-year period. And we have seen from 2023, we have seen the women investors in terms of accounts grow by 12.7%. Really, this is, we normally have benchmark rates in the market. So you'd say they are growing as close to a government bond of about 3 years. So just to give you, so you're performing very well. In terms of portfolio, we have seen the portfolio or holdings of women investors grow by over 39% from 664 million to 928 million in this short period. I'm worried, are we not proud of the figures or? Yeah, and we also noticed that when there are offerings or IPOs or any other offers, we see a big turnout from the ladies, up to about 31%, which tells us that really ladies now are empowered to know and participate in these savings and investment activities. Maybe the next slide. So we have seen from 2023 to now, we have seen at least a growth of about 8.4 from last year, or 2024 to 2025. And if you go back 2023 to 2024, we saw a 4%. So it's double year on year if we are looking at those numbers, which also shows us that when something is intentional, then we are going to see more growth. Actually, our projections are we will actually, for this year, we are projecting it to grow into double digits year on year. So it's also something I think to be proud of as a market and an exchange. We are not yet there, but the momentum is ongoing. Next slide. So in terms of demographics, sorry, I know you can't see the other bit, but really the age group 25 to 34 is where we are seeing the biggest group of women investors on the exchange. And of course, it ideally tells you that this is the working age, and people who are working and investing and participating in markets really is the right fit. So that is also a number to which is good for the economy, but also good at individual level, that as people are working, then they are putting something away, or they're also trying to grow their wealth. The next slide. Then this is an interesting slide. We just looked at the listed companies and tried to see where a lot of our female investors participate. We realized that the most number, which is about 6,000 investors, actually invested in MTN, and they hold over 69 million shares, which I believe is something significant and you'd be happy about. Now, the one with the most value, where they have put in the most money, is Stanbic, and they hold over 400 million shillings in investments. Thank you. So they hold over 400 million in investments in Stanbic. Though now another interesting statistics is where women account for the biggest percentage in terms of investors, and that is quality chemicals industry. They have 36.2% of the number of investors in quality chemicals. So it is, we are trying to say, okay, are they more into banks and maybe they prefer healthcare? So there are all sorts of things we can read and deduce from that information. The next slide. Okay. So now into the numbers. Now, for all the holdings that are at the exchange, which amount to 137 billion shares, the female investors hold just close to 1% of those. So 1% might feel small, but maybe to put it into context, the holdings on the exchange are majority held by pension funds and other institutions. But for the ladies, if we do from 2023 to 2025, we have seen a rise from 0.48% to 0.68%. So in terms of percentages, that's a growth of about 42%. And the other important one, in 2023, an average woman investor portfolio had 57,000 shillings, or was worth 57,000 shillings. And remember, it is spread across 57,000 investors. Now, as at end of last year, it was standing at 77,000. So telling you it has also grown by 35,000, rather 35%. So there is traction. In terms of what we call the promised land, we are not yet there, but we are on the journey. And I think that is what we are trying to paint for you in terms of the numbers. The next slide. So what can we do? And we're saying to, one, make sure we don't lose momentum, and also how can we also raise it to the next level. So we have targeted initiatives to make sure that already the investors who are on the market don't leave, because we want to grow the number, not to start reducing those numbers. So we have plans around dividend reinvestment, and we have even effected portfolio management tools on our online platform, Easy Portal, to ensure we make reinvestments and understanding of the growth and tracking of people's investments so easy, so that the already converted don't fall off. Now, we also realize that of those 57, about 11,000 are the ones that have holdings. So what it means is people open accounts, either do a once-off transaction and exit, or just remain at account opening. So through technology, through driven campaigns, we're trying to get everybody who has opened an account to actually buy a security, a share, a bond. So that is how, from our space, we should be able to involve the ladies more in the investment sector. Then we also realized that when there are offerings, maybe a company is listing shares or around bond auctions, then the ladies tend to hear the call more. So our action around this is to make sure there is always an engagement plan in these offerings targeting the ladies, to make sure they also participate and they don't get left behind. Because I think from studies it shows most people who come across information tends to favor the other gender. So we want to make it female centric from that point of view. And the last one is annual publishing of gender targets, so that one, we show how we are performing, but over and above, what are we doing to bridge that gap? So that by every year, as we try to reflect on what we have done, then we can show growth, but also what extra we are doing. Maybe the last slide. So all we are saying is that we have a stable foundation and we know where we are going. And I think the adage is that as long as, if there is a will, then we will make a way and deliver on this important aspect for our mothers, for our sisters, for our wives, because really they make us. So with those few brief, I thank you for being a good audience.
Let's give a bigger round of applause to Bob. Although he had started off on defeating battle, yeah, if you want a men's month, I don't know, even if it were to be numbers, you will not get them. Because we believe every day is a man's day until we get to women's day. And every month is a man's month until we get to the women's month. Thank you very much. And I think those are inspiring figures right there that we do see. But I can only say, you know, when our teachers used to say, pull up your socks, that we need to have more and more women investing. We have a few, yes, about 27%, but we need to encourage more and more women to invest right in there. And while we were at it, ladies and gentlemen, we were joined by the UNDP resident representative, Madame Nwane. Thank you so much for coming through, and for the entire UN family for supporting us. I would like now to go to our next speaker, who is the country representative of UN Women, Dr. Paulina Chiwangu. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a round of applause. And after that, I'll have Michelle let us know our next speakers.
Honorable Assam Helen Grace, Minister of State for Disability Affairs from Minister of Gender, who is also our chief guest. We have been instructed to stand on the protocol which have already been established. So, but I also want to recognize my sister Wane, who is here. On behalf of UN Women and the UN family, I really want to welcome you to the Ring the Bell for Gender Equality event for 2026. As we know, this global event, which brings together stock exchange companies and partners, sends a powerful message that gender equality is not just a matter of fundamental human rights. It is a non-negotiable driver of sustainable and inclusive economic growth. Today, we gather to celebrate the progress we have made, but also acknowledge the road ahead and to renew our collective commitment to ensuring that every woman and girl in Uganda and elsewhere in the world can participate fully and equally in our economy. Our MC, when she was introducing the subject earlier on, sorry, I'm going off the script. I think my technical team will forgive me for 1 minute. She talked about protecting the gains, and she warned us that it's not those gains. Now we are looking at the gains for gender equality. Honorable Minister, we are not talking about the campaign, protecting the gains. It's these gains. So, yes. Okay. And also she made reference to what we lost during COVID. But I want to also add, even after COVID, or even before COVID, we have been losing some of the gains that we have been achieving in gender equality. We have seen the backlash, these new frontiers which are against gender equality. We have seen the pushback, very solid, severe pushback against gender equality. You remember a year ago, 2 years ago, we were also made to choose either you name what you do, you include gender equality, or you lose funding. And we have been losing. So we are facing very severe backlash against gender equality. So what we are saying, whenever we face this pushback, let's push forward. And this kind of platform is a way also of articulating our intention, our commitment of pushing forward. And also, my brother Paul, when he spoke, he made reference to women empowering women, women lifting women. You know, one of the challenges that we have been facing as women, we have been criticized. When women, you're in that high position, you forget other women. Yeah? We don't lift other women. So today we are reminded again, and I'm very glad that it came from our brother. Women around this room, how many women have we lifted up? How many young women have we lifted up? How many other women have we empowered? Let's ask ourselves and answer ourselves. Hey, my brother Bob with the numbers. You request to have a men's or a men month. I think our MC have already responded to that. How can we have a men's month when we have female investors about 27%? And I'll keep coming back to you as I'm going through my speech. Yes, so women's economic contribution and persistent gaps. Ugandan women are the backbone of our economy. I think you agree with me. Very true. Thank you, Honorable Minister. They are the farmers who feed our nation. Is that not true? They are our entrepreneurs who drive innovation in our markets. And the professions who lead in our services sectors. They sustain households, they build communities, and they They power our economic engine. Yet, despite their immense contribution, significant and persistent inequalities still remain, regardless of this critical role that we play in our community in Uganda. Still, we have inequalities. Now, that's not from me or from UN Women or UNDP, but according to the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, labor force survey, which was conducted in 2024, women's labor force participation remains significantly lower than men's, about 39%, comparing to 58% for men. My brother Bob, are you still here? So no chance yet for for men's month. Now, at the same time, approximately 94% of employed women work in the informal sector, often without contracts, without social protection or job security. This is according to the World Bank gender assessment, which was conducted in 2024. Women also carry the largest share of unpaid work, spending close to 30 hours per week caring for children, households, and family members, nearly 3 times more than men. This is according to UN Women and UNDP Gender Equality Profile for Uganda, which we conducted in 2024. Young women face particular barriers. Nearly half of young women between the age of 15 to 24 years are not in employment, are not in education or training. So this limits their future economic opportunities. And this is according to ILO, Global Employment Trends for Youth, which was conducted in 2024 again. Even when women participate in the labor market, they earn approximately 30 to 32% less than men in comparable roles, the same roles. Again, this is according to the World Bank Gender Data Portal, Gender Wage, which was conducted in 2024. So these, ladies and gentlemen around this room, these are not just statistics. They are lived realities for millions of Ugandan women and other women in the world, not only just in Uganda. They represent a massive, untapped opportunity for our nation's growth. You know, there was a study which we conducted here in Uganda before I came back the second time around, because you know I was here from the end of 2011. I left in 2015, and then I came back again in 2022. That time we conducted a study on the cost of gender-based violence, and I would really like to encourage everybody to read that study. We will share with you. Now, as my brother Paul already stated, this year's global theme for International Women's Day is right, justice, action for all women and girls. And this event today, the Ring the Bell campaign, echoes this with a focus on the fundamental link between rights and the economy. We cannot talk about economic empowerment without talking about access to justice. No. We cannot talk again about economic empowerment without talking about access to justice. So this theme highlights that women's economic empowerment depends on access to justice. Despite progress in Uganda's legal framework, many women still face barriers such as high legal costs, which we cannot afford, limited awareness of rights. How many women know about their rights? Distance to courts. How many women are close to the proximity of the courts? And also social stigma. So when women cannot claim rights related to land, related to business, inheritance, or workplace protection, their economic opportunities are restricted. So access to justice, therefore, enables women to own assets, to start business, to access finance, and participate fully in the economy. Now, we have quite a lot of participants here today from private sector. So it's important to look, again, I know my brother Paul spoke about the role of private sector, but I just want to touch a bit about this again. So this is where each of you as leaders in the private sector play an absolute critical role. You are not just participants in the economy, you are its architects. The decision you make within your boardrooms shape the reality of gender equality in our workplaces, in our markets, and in our communities. So the private sector plays a key role in advancing gender equality through business leadership and workplace practices. The women's economic principles provide companies with a framework to promote equality in leadership, recruitment, and pay. Because some people can ask, I know one of my colleagues will be going through all the 7 principles of women empowerment principles. And, these were developed by UN Women and United Nations Global Compact in 2010. And later on, our sister agency, UNDP, came with something similar in 2015. So you might ask, why did you develop this, WEP principles? So one of the main reasons is they provide a framework for businesses to promote gender equality and women empowerment. Now, globally, over 12,000 companies have committed to the WEPs. And when we come back here at home in Uganda, as of this year, we have more than 40 companies which have committed to the WEP principles. And today, I think we have about 20 who are going to sign, so the number will increase. So this demonstrates growing private sector leadership, which is very good, because with the changing environment of funding, of resources for gender equality and so on, the traditional funding that we were depending on, now we are really working very hard to build a very strong partnership with private sector. You are the hope of, sustaining the gains. So I'm glad many of you are here today. So, evidence shows that investing in gender equality strengthens business performance, and Paul have already talked about this. Now, strengthening accountability. We all know that a commitment is only as strong as its implementation. And this is why we are so excited about today's launch of the Corporate Gender Accountability Network. Let's clap for ourselves. I hope Uganda, we are the first one to launch this Corporate Gender Accountability Network. Congratulations. So the launch of the Corporate Gender Accountability Network will further strengthen transparency and accountability by helping companies track progress, and demonstrate measurable results in implementing the WEPs, ensuring that commitments lead to real change in workplace, market, and communities. So what is the call for action? As we prepare to ring this bell, let its sounds be more than just a symbol. Let it be a clear and urgent call to action. Let it remind us to turn every commitment into measurable action. Let it reinforce our understanding that investing in women is not a cost, but the single most powerful investment we can make to strengthen our business and our country, Uganda. Let it challenge us to recognize that every business decision we make, from recruitment to procurement to investment, determines whether gender equality advances or stalls. In conclusion, I hope you want me to continue speaking, but and I have to conclude. So I want to extend my deepest gratitude to our partners. Thank you, the Uganda Securities Exchange. Thank you to the International Finance Cooperation and the Ministry of Gender, the Ministry of Trade, and all our United Nations partners for your unwavering commitment. And a special thank you to all the women's empowerment principle signatories, those who are going to sign today, for your leadership and courage. The journey to gender equality is a marathon, not a sprint. But by working together with urgency and accountability, we will ensure that it becomes a lived reality for every woman and girl in Uganda and the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pauline. She said a commitment is only as strong as its implementation. If that doesn't ring a bell, if that doesn't sound, I don't know what will. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker leads the strategy and business development of the International Finance Corporation right here in Uganda. And with a warm and resounding applause, please join me to welcome the IFC Country Officer of Uganda, Miss Anita Nabirye Nanyumba Mwanda.
Thank you very much. Dr. Paulina made my life easier. To Bob, where are you? There you are. If we were in school, you would be in the naughty corner. You don't know what you started. But I will ride on the protocol that was observed, but I'll recognize our minister because she's a lady. Honorable Asamo Helen Grace, Minister of State for Disability Affairs, thank you for coming. Good morning to you all. It was good to see in the numbers that were presented that our younger sisters are saving, the 25 to 34 years that were presented by Bob. It's a pleasure to be with you today as we ring the bell for gender equality. This ceremony is more than symbolic. It's a reminder, clear and timely, that the private sector has a decisive role to play in shaping the future where women and girls can fully participate, contribute and lead. It's not unusual when you're going to work to see a young girl holding all her siblings, even the older boys. So that tells you that the girls start at a much younger age. Because when I was driving today, I saw a very young girl. She was about 7 years, holding all her siblings to cross the road. So we start at a much younger age, I don't know what happens when we get up to the companies or institutions that we work in. So when women thrive, economies grow stronger, societies become resilient, and opportunities expand for everyone. This year's theme, rights, justice, action for all women and girls, captures both how far we have come and how much we must do. Yes, progress has been made, but it has not been fast enough, and it has not reached everyone. Across the world, we are falling short of our ambition to achieve gender equality by 2030. In many countries, laws may exist on paper, but the reality for women, especially in the workplace, often tells a different story. Uganda offers a powerful example for both progress and promise. As you can see, we have our minister here. The country has made important gains. Girls and boys now enroll in primary school at nearly equal rates. Women hold a strong share of leadership positions in public life, including in parliament and cabinet. These are real achievements which we can't ignore. But challenges remain. Too many women still face barriers to decent work, fair pay, access to finance, the safe working environments. Too many women remain excluded from full economic life of the country, and the cost of that exclusion is high, not just for women, but for the economy as a whole. Closing the gender earnings gap could significantly increase national wealth and unlock growth that benefits every household. That is why we must act and act with urgency. Expanding women's access to quality jobs is one of the most powerful tools we have to accelerate progress. Jobs give women income, independence, and choice. They allow families to invest in education, health, and the future. They help businesses grow and economies become more competitive. This is where rights, justice, and action meet the real world. Rights, it means removing the barriers that keep women from accessing opportunity, whether those barriers are skills gaps, lack of childcare, unsafe workplaces, or limited access to finance. Justice means focusing on the quality of work, not just quantity. A job is not only a source of income, it's a source of dignity, stability, and purpose. Fair wages save conditions, and the room to grow matter. And action means moving beyond commitments to results, as has been presented by the previous speakers. So mobilizing private investment, scaling solutions, and delivering impact where it counts. Experience shows that when businesses invest in women, when they adopt inclusive work policies, strengthen corporate governance, and design products that respond to women's needs, the results are clear. Productivity improves, performance strengthens, markets work better. Here in Uganda, IFC's collaborative efforts with key partners like the Uganda Securities Exchange. We have also worked with Stanbic Bank on banking on women, are already demonstrating what can be achieved. The World Bank Group has also was highlighted by Paul earlier, had the Grow project, which has focused on women. So these partnerships are driving tangible results by helping to improve access to finance, strengthen corporate governance, and develop inclusive workplace policies. So as a result, more women are gaining opportunities to advance in leadership roles, start businesses, grow them, and create more jobs. Globally, the momentum is building. Millions of women are employed by private companies, supported through development finance. But I must add, like the previous speaker said, with less pay. Sometimes women's representation on boards continues to rise. Financial institutions are extending millions of loans to women-led small and medium enterprises, unlocking capital where it delivers the greatest return. In 2024, IFC continued to advance its jobs agenda with a strong focus on women's economic inclusion. IFC's direct investment clients employed 1.6 million women, with women comprising 24% of board members across these clients. On the financial access front, IFC's financial institution clients extended $22.3 million to MSMEs loans to women-led businesses, representing a percentage, there's some error here, 67 billion in outstanding loans. And the evidence is undeniable. Companies with more diverse leadership teams are more likely to outperform their peers. Investment with a gender lens continues to grow across markets, and every dollar invested in women-led businesses has a multiplier effect, crowding in additional capital and expanding opportunities over time. The impact reaches far beyond the workplace. Women invest most of what they earn in their families into nutrition, as I earlier said, health and education. As we saw, women invested highly in QCIL, quality chemicals, as Bob presented. The investment shapes the next generation and strengthens entire communities. This work also begins at home. Institutions must lead by example by promoting equity, diversity, and inclusion within their own organizations, by measuring progress, and by holding themselves accountable. When women are represented in leadership decisions are better, priorities are clearer, and institutions are stronger. At IFC, we are not only collaborating with partners to drive change, but we are also walking the talk, as you can see, to advance gender equality within our own institution. IFC holds Age, Equity, Diverse, and Gender Equality certification, a globally recognized standard that evaluates organizational policies and practices across equity representation, career progression, and workplace culture. This commitment is reflected in our leadership numbers. As of 30th June 2025, women accounted for 50.8% of executive management positions at IFC, a figure that continues to grow year on year. Let me close with 3 simple messages. First, gender equality is not just a moral imperative, it's an economic one. Second, progress depends on partnership. Government, the private sector, investors, civil society, and development institutions all play a role. And third, time matters. With millions of young people entering the workplace, in the years ahead, we cannot afford to leave women behind. Growth that excludes women will not last. We remain fully committed to working with partners across Uganda to expand access to quality jobs for women as employees, entrepreneurs, and leaders. I hope today's conversation shines a light on what is working, where opportunities lie, and how we can move faster together. Together we can build a more inclusive, more resilient, and more prosperous society. I wish you a meaningful, belated International Women's Day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Anita. I'd like to welcome someone who has just joined us, someone very special, the General Manager, DFC Limited, Miss Sophia Chuck. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have the office of the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives represented here today. He's being represented by the Commissioner of Business Development and Quality Assurance, Mr. Patrick Joram Mugisha. Please welcome him with a resounding round of applause.
Good morning once again. Happy belated Women's Day. And we celebrate all the women in the room and in Uganda and globally. You're special. We love you. And we want to be there and make a good case to make sure that we also benefit as men. Bob, I'm protecting you. Because if we don't negotiate, we can't win this game. But we do, and we appreciate every bit that you bring in to make us be what we are and make the world a better place. No wonder one of my best musicians, Shaggy, strength of a woman? He was wondering if God was a woman. I don't know. I've not seen God, but I've experienced him. We shall know when we go there. Yeah, all right. So Patrick Mugisha, as introduced, representing the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. And I do hold the position of Commissioner for Business Development and Quality Assurance within the ministry. So I'm going to first read the speech presented to me in that context, and then you'll give me just 2, 3, 4 minutes to also say my issues, right, in my capacity. Yeah, these opportunities come once, and when you get them, make sure you make the most out of it. Yeah, so honorable guests, Honorable State Minister for Disabilities, Honorable Helen Asamo, Grace, the country residence representative for UN, and Dr. Paulina Chiwangu, Mr. Paul Bwiso, CEO, Uganda Security Exchange, and Miss Anita Nabirie, Country Office IFC. Distinguished partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor for the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives to serve as the chief guest at today's Ring the Bell event in commemoration of International Women's Day. We are gathered to celebrate progress, acknowledge persistent barriers, and recommit ourselves to advancing gender equality in the private sector, an essential driver of Uganda's inclusive growth and economic transformation. Gender equality in trade, industry, cooperative in context. We do acknowledge that while Uganda has made important strides, significant gender and equity gaps persist across the trade, industry, and cooperative domain, gaps that limit women's participation, productivity, and progression. We note some stark realities, namely women own fewer than 6% of registered land, only 27% have access to formal financial services, vis-a-vis almost 45% of men. This statistic can be updated and harmonized beyond this. 87% of women are informally employed, and women earn an average that 2% less than men, reflecting occupational segregation and concentration in low-value segments. We acknowledge that these gaps limit enterprise growth, export competitiveness, and national productivity. We further observe that heavy and costly technologies, limited digital literacy, and high device data costs exclude many women from digital markets. Transport and infrastructure constraints impede access to local regional markets, especially for rural traders and cross-border women traders. We recognize that the unpaid care burden with women spending significantly more time on care compounds these constraints. Another barrier is the limited knowledge and skill, particularly in the manufacturing sector, digital trade, and agro-industrial value chains, combined with restricted access to finance due to lack of collateral, high interest rates, and low financial literacy among MSMEs. We also acknowledge that violence and harassment in the world of work undermines women's agency, retention, and progression. These inequalities undermine not only individual potential, but also Uganda's competitiveness, innovation capabilities, and export readiness. What MTech is doing to date in the gender and equity domain, we are pleased to announce that MTech is currently developing the first gender and equity strategy for the trade, industry, and cooperative sector with support from the UN Women. Thank you so much, ma'am. This is a transformative roadmap to build a fair, gender responsive, and inclusive ecosystem across manufacturing, private sector development, agro-industrialization, tourism, and digital transformation to really align it to the tenfold growth strategy under the ATMS domain. Our vision is a vibrant, competitive TIC environment where women, men, youth, persons with disabilities, and refugees have equitable access to opportunities and benefits. Our goal is to empower all with equity in access, participation, and outcomes so trade and industry contributes to high household incomes and quality of life. We are happy to outline the strategy's 5 objectives, namely, 1 is to promote a gender-responsive, inclusive manufacturing industry, and also strengthen the private sector so women, youth, persons with disabilities, and refugees can compete and thrive in tech activities. Advance inclusive approaches in agro-industrialization, digital trade, and tourism, expanding equitable market access and value addition. Build capacity and awareness for gender equality and social inclusion across institutions and markets. Establish a gender-responsive information and result system to track progress and inform decision-making. We acknowledge that this strategy will respond directly to barriers documented in our sector analysis, including limited access to markets, finance, technology, skills, and persistent gender norms that restrict women's economic agency. Key actions include access to finance, skills and technology, skills needs assessment, where we're targeting skills under incubation for women and youth-led enterprises, tech transfer, product certification and support through our agency, Uganda National Bureau of Standards, market access and infrastructure, development of gender-responsive border markets and export zones with support of another agency, Uganda Free Zone and Export Promotion Authority, and where we promote producer-buyer linkages and digital market information systems. Workplace enablers, minimum gender-responsive standards in industrial parks. We are looking at infrastructure like childcare rooms, lactation rooms, self-transport, and flexible work. Policy and incentives, reviews to enable affirmative action. Data and accountability, a result-based male framework with sex, age, and disability segregated data, quarterly reporting, and adaptive management. So in response to other initiatives that are tailored towards promoting gender equality, the Ministry of Trade and Industry and Cooperatives is ensuring that trade works for women through deliberate policy, infrastructure, and trade facilitation investments. Under the Great Lakes Trade Facilitation Project, the government constructed the Mpondwe Border Market, which currently supports 2,768 vendors, of whom 74.4% are women. Clap for that. The market incorporates childcare facilities and disability-friendly infrastructure, helping to reduce care burdens and related burdens. In addition, together with our regional partners, Uganda is implementing the simplified trade regime, through which 70% of beneficiaries are women. Through these programs, women traders receive training on trade rights, standards compliance, formalization process of their businesses, and legitimate trading routes. These interventions help to reduce trade costs, improve trader safety, and support women's transition from informal survival trading to protected, formal, and profitable enterprises, which presents decent work. So the ministry is further supporting the African Women Processing Platform in collaboration with Uganda Women Entrepreneurs Association Limited, WEAL, to strengthen women's participation in value addition and agro-processing. Through this initiative, government is facilitating the establishment of common user processing facilities
across the country aimed at providing shared technology, processing equipment, and technical support to help women-led enterprises scale production and compete more effectively in regional and global markets. So WEPS and today's launch of the Corporate Gender Accountability Network, SIGAN, we recognize the women's empowerment principles as a ministry and as a global framework guiding companies to promote gender equality in the workplace, marketplace, and community, perfectly aligned with our strategy pillars on decent work, inclusive value chains, safe workplaces, and data-driven accountability. We warmly welcome the launch of the WEPS accountability mechanism today, and we are pleased to confirm that MTIC will always be part of this mechanism. Through the SIGAN, we affirm our strong commitment, proactive commitment to active participation and to championing a culture of transparency, target setting, and reporting across Uganda's private sector. We reaffirm MTIC's strong commitment to gender equality and equity in trade and industry. We welcome today's launch of the WEPS accountability mechanism, and we pledge to be a member of this for decades to come. Together, government, business, and civil society can build inclusive, competitive, and resilient value chains, leaving no one behind, for God and my country. Yeah, so let me now wear my hat as the Commissioner for Business Development and Quality Assurance. I think it's very clear that from the policy domain, we are really up for this, and we are really working towards making this happen. But of course, one thing I can tell is that we can be very quick to judge that what MDS or government side we are doing to this effect, because at times data sharing becomes a problem amongst ourselves. So there's so much people are doing in this domain, but because we don't have data to back that, it becomes hard to prove that it actually exists. So that's one thing that I feel we need really to address. And of course, going to the policy domain, currently as a ministry, we are embarking on the review process of some strategic policies that are going to be quite critical for women. One is the National MSME Policy of 2015. This is the policy that speaks to what we want to do in promoting MSMEs, recognizing that they are the backbone of Uganda's private sector, right? We do acknowledge that. And also the National Standards and Quality Policy of 2012. So whatever product you're going to produce as a female entrepreneur. Now, the beauty here is, I don't know how you're going to take it. When it comes to standards and compliance for products in the market, that does not have a gender and equity lens, because I wouldn't say that maybe we accept a product for women entrepreneurs, though they don't meet the standard because you are women. So we're in agreement, right? Yeah. Because these are issues there. Public health does not know gender, because all want to eat safe food and be happy with what you're having on board. So on that bit, the only aspect you can come in is that for women that are running these enterprises, key incentives can be put to help you navigate the journey of product certification to make sure access to market is quicker. Clap for that. So there are some of the things we really want to put in this check. And then, of course, if you look at where we need also to get more of you to be reached out to participate in these review processes, is because these policies are not for trade. They're for each one of you to be part and parcel of them. And the gender equity strategy that we are embarking on as Ministry of Trade, we also want to get one that is so specific to address MSMEs, such that even in the aspect of corporate governance, soon we'll be developing a strategy for corporate governance for MSMEs in partnership with the Institute for Corporate Governance Uganda, and we want to attach the gender and equity lens in that governance structure. So when when our enterprises are getting these boards on board, what is that the gender equity lens in that? It can be tagged into an incentive even towards things like product certification and also intellectual property support protection for particular enterprises. So to us, we believe everything can be brought on board, but we need a lot of dialogue to make this happen. And also there's one aspect that we want together with our agencies, that's a Uganda National Bureau of Standards. We've got ISO 53800 2024, which is the primary international standard providing guidelines for organizations to promote and implement gender equality and women's empowerment. It was published in 2024. So that standard, as a country, we're going to adopt it for it to become a Uganda standard. So that means this could be also a criterion that you could actually now offer a certification process to entities on how they implement this particular standard. So it's just something to keep us moving and talk this journey and make sure that it works. And now that we normally have March as the Women's Month, I have an idea which I want to share because no one has a monopoly of ideas. I know there are so many partners in-house here from different sectors. So USE made a very nice presentation on what's happening, women participation in investment and in the stock market. Imagine where we dedicate one day to celebrate female entrepreneurs in business and investments, or trade and investment. And we get every MDA regulator focus on statistics regarding the performance of women in that domain, such that every year when you're celebrating the Women's Month, each one is bringing performance to speak to what has happened within the USE, what has happened in terms of NSSF contribution to that. UNBS also presents how many female entrepreneurs have got their products certified, how many of them are formal from URSB. URA presents who are the biggest female taxpayers. UFZEPA presents how many women are actually exporting, female-led enterprises. Capital Markets Authority, URSB also speaks to how many women are actually protecting intellectual property rights, so they're inventors and innovators to be celebrated. We go to the civil service, where Ministry of Public Service presents an account of how many women are in leadership roles in the public sector. PSFU has a role to play. Uganda Investment Authority has a role to play. CSOs has a Uganda National Council of Science and Technology, Uganda Bankers Association, the Regulatory Association for Insurance, and UBRA. Imagine that. It means at the end of the day, every sector will always want to carry along and know that this is what women are doing. This is their contribution to this sector. That can build a case where every year we know what are women doing. Because tonight, if you ask me, if you ask maybe the PSST, Ministry of Finance, what is the contribution of women in business to Uganda's GDP? It may be a figure that may not be easily available, but this is going to support this initiative moving forward. And Madam Dr. Paulina, if that rings a bell, then I think we need to adopt that. God bless you, for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Joram. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a bigger round of applause. Although, like Annette said, I think we have two people in the naughty corner now. Because Joram decided to support Bob, but still I think the numbers are not sufficient. The eyes still have it, like Parliament is. But thank you so much. So far, so good. And like Dr. Paulina did say, the journey to gender equality is actually a marathon. It's not a sprint. We need to gather all the energy. We need to gather all the resources, put ourselves together, and walk that journey. It didn't start today. It didn't start in the 2000s. It started way earlier. Our predecessors who did a lot of work, the women who fought. I was at a women's convention and one said, the women who even fought for us to wear trousers. The women who fought for us to eat eggs, chicken, and everything else. There's been a journey, and that journey still continues. And that journey requires each and every one of us. And like still, Dr. Paulina asked, as you go up as a woman, how many other women are you going up with? That's a very big one that we always need to pay attention to. You know, it's exciting to be in a space where you're empowered and you look back at your story and you say, yes, I've made it. But while you say yes, ask yourself, how many other women am I helping to make it to where I am today? Not to take up a lot more time, allow us now invite our chief guest. I always say she's from the ministry of everyone, because male, female, you belong to gender. Whether you're working or unemployed, you're in gender. Whether you're young or you're still in your mother's womb, you belong to gender. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Honorable Helena Samo, who is our gender minister. We're in charge of disabilities in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Can I say good morning to everybody? And I want to hear the good morning. I remember when our MC was asking people to say good morning. At least with me, I come when you have taken breakfast. So good morning once again. So coming to this topic, it's an interesting one when I was sitting there. My name is Asamo Helen Grace. I'm a minister in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development in charge of disability affairs. But today I'm standing in the shoes of the senior minister who was supposed to be here. The Women Month is moving on. So the Minister of Gender, the full one, Honorable Amongi Betty, is in New York. The Minister of Gender and Culture is in New York. So I'm the dangerous substitute. So I'm holding the whole office. Don't you think I'm already empowered? From disability, now I'm holding labor, I'm holding culture, I'm holding everything. So I am there doing the work on behalf of the government of Uganda. And I came early because I have other things. You know, she's in New York, but she keeps on pushing you work. Handle this, grant this way, go to finance. We're in the budget process. And today we are supposed to present our policy, ministerial policy statement. So I also have to handle that one. But allow me first to say something before I read her statement. When I had women talking here, His Excellency sometimes likes calling me local content because I like going back where I came from. I can't forget that village about empowerment. And I was like sitting here and I was wondering. And when Paul presented, he said, let's talk. Let's walk the talk. Action. Sometimes we talk in workshops and it ends here. And that's the end of the story. I've been living in Uganda from the time I was born. I haven't stayed outside Uganda. And I want to say, like, Pauline, you keep going and coming back. For me, I've never gone out of Uganda. So there are times when the women movement was hot. 51% of us, where are our voices? Why are we quiet? And when they talk of protecting the gains, it's not about Museveni. It's about the gains we have achieved as women. I was a part of that NRM thing. They gave us the political environment. They have given us space to do work. What are we using the space for? Many of us have gone mute. I am a product of empowerment of women and men. And I'll tell you, I started getting trainings when I was still in some village in Soroti there. And when they would call us to a workshop, I thought it was for eating because there was a lot to eat. And they kept telling us certain things and I was like, will I ever be that woman? Will I ever be that woman? But today I stand here as a minister through those kind of trainings. So I'm trying to communicate. We need a lot of training, mentoring, support. I was working in government, but I used to earn a salary. Some of you could be of my level, that you earn a salary that your expenses are more than your salary. So every time you are in the office of the accountant, I owe you, I owe you, I owe you. Some of you are here. Some of us in the bank account, DFC, you are my banker. But your account becomes a minimum. Every time you're on the minimum balance, even you want to negotiate that one to get out. Yes, we are here. And that was me. In that line of having money, I came to Kampala here and I used to tell the gentleman, me, I got a good boyfriend, not my real husband, because my husband was very poor also in financial management. You can imagine a couple who only think about hand to mouth. When you get salary, you have to send it to school fees, to eating, to this other thing. God brings me this gentleman who was working in Ministry of Finance and is still there. And then he tells me, Helen, you can be a millionaire. Then I laugh and I told him, Richard, a millionaire? Honestly. No. I think for me, millionaire is not the word. Because I will never be what? I had already ruled off in my brain that I will never be what? A millionaire. So this gentleman told me, I can buy a soda and we sit and we talk. I said, you are wasting time. Because talking with you, after a workshop like this, we would move out. So he says, let me buy something and we talk about money. And I said, I've told you, I live on, I owe you. And my account is always on minimum what? Balance. So how do I make $1 million? It's like no dream. And then he asked me, now that you have come to Kampala, can't you build in Kampala? I said that one is even out of mention. Because I already have a family. The children have to go to school. So thinking about building is now not the issue. This man kept on pecking me. So I'm talking about a mentor and somebody who holds your hand. And when we talk about this workshop, we need people to hold hands. USE can talk. We have all these good financial institutions. But how do you hold the hand? And this gentleman put me down. And one day he becomes serious and says, nah, I'm serious. Come here. I said, yes, what is the issue? Asked me, what is your social life? I said, what is my social life? You even want to know my social life? I said, yeah, I want to know your social life. So he asked me, when you get visitors, what do you do? I said, you know what visitors are? You have to buy chicken, buy meat, get the beer if they take beer. And for me, whenever I get my salary, my friends are too many around me. There would be too many. That time, not now. So when he talked, he said, now you need to change your social life. I said, how do I explain to friends? And then asked me, when you are out of work, what will the friends say? I said, this is going to be a hard thing to crack because my husband is also another social animal. So if I tell him, you now stop going to those places to watch the Money U, and because when you go to Money U, you use over 100,000, you know, the men know. You have to put around, as the football is playing, you are showing this. So 100,000 will go. So the man started the calculation, and I told him I'm going to have a problem. So one day asked me a question, said, now, what were your children going to eat when you were going to buy these people chicken? I said, maybe it was beans. I said, now, whom do you love? The visitor or the children? I said, but my children know my problem. They can eat the beans. But a visitor to get out of my house and say, ate beans in her house, it would be bad. So that thing, when he talked, this gentleman, it was really a mentor because he was in Ministry of Finance. He pulled me and he said, now, which is your bank? I said, DFC. He said, now let's go there. We are going to put a condition. Every month, 200,000 will get out of your account without you touching. I called a colleague, another woman, tried to bring the woman. We tried the thing. 6 months, the other one fell off. She went for her. That was now 600. 6 months by 200 is 1.2. So she pulled out. We said, this thing is hard. Let me get away my money. But for me, the man was all the time on the phone. I hope you are doing the right thing. So when I finished, that was 2.4. Then in where I was working, I was a deputy director, so I was not a small woman. So I was getting some good money for house rent. All this. Say, now pack that money, we go and buy land. I said, now, Richard, I thought now we'd get the money and enjoy. He said, no, we are going to buy land, deposit in the land. But in the process, this man gave me guidance. And he said, any money, you go to a workshop. We meet in workshops. What do you do with the money you get in the workshop? Supposing you and women, Pauline here, I call her my daughter because my daughter is called Pauline. When Pauline is going to give me 100,000 today for being here, women, what do we do with the money? You go through a supermarket. Am I lying? Supermarket, what are you buying? Ice cream, which you did not plan for. And at the end of the day, with some apples. Have you had? Did you plan for? Did you have it? As I come, I don't know whether I was going to get 100,000. But by somebody says, I'm paying you 100,000, you are running to the supermarket. No plan. So the man put me on a calculation on that one also. So I would stop it. Then he said, I used to go to the UN. When we were developing the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities, I was almost also a frequent flyer. Whenever I would go there, I go with one suitcase. When I'm coming back with 3. And when you reach home, you call these agencies and tell them, I have bought for you. They say, this is not for us. It's not trending. What have you done? Wasted money. They have refused. What do? You have to look for neighbors, villagers at home to hand over the what? The non-trending activity. And yet as a mother, you thought it was trending. So the man told me, is it bad for you to come back with your dollars? And I said, but how do they pick me from the airport? You're carrying cakes, you're carrying everything to office to show people that you have come back from New York. So everything should be shown that the madam has come back. Then the man asked me, you're a field officer? I said, yeah, I'm the one who supervises all the field staff. What do you do when you go to the field? I said, in the field, I come with my pickup. Full. Matoke, tomatoes, everything. Because I was told you I was renting. I was staying in an estate. In that estate, Mama Hope Pauline is the one who distributes the tomatoes, is the one who distributes matoke, is the one who distributes charcoal, and everybody's asking, when are you going to the field? And I felt big in the estate. Because everybody comes with they know I'm going to give them those things free of charge. They're not even selling them. I hope my story is making sense. So when the man told me to stop it, he said, go to the field, come back with the money. Where was I taking the money? Hardware World. By then, Hardware World was starting these things of like you can deposit like a bank. Said whether it is 200 or 300, put it to the hardware. By the time we finished the land, which was about 7 million, the hardware already had over 100 bags of cement packed. So he said, now you are ready for the foundation. First, when I went and told my husband, said, now where do we get the money? I'm like, now I'm having a very poor man in the house, but I have a very good boyfriend out there. So I'm in between two men. One in the house is not responding. The other one is responding. But the one in the house, on seeing that there was money and now the land came, because the first land we got had been having a problem. So he came, he was escorting me. Then I told the man, bring back my 5 million. You're not giving me land. He said, no, you go away. Let me talk to this man to man. Now my husband is becoming now a man. I have now to discuss on the man. The time they started the foundation, my husband started that structure. Up to the rim beam, I was not there. He became more active. The product now is what? Coming. So from that day, I learned a bit of financial management. It has kept me going. I will tell you, even when you're a member of parliament or a minister, we are poor. And you need to come to us. You fear us, I don't know why. That money, no. Yeah, she has talked about security. By the way, when you grow as a woman, they put you barriers. They put you barriers. As a minister, the first time I entered the office, I told them I didn't want security. I finished 1 month successfully. Second month, they just opened the door and said, now we know where your home is. This is the one for taking care of you. We are also dropping the other ones home. I said, but you have not asked me. Uganda. I said, wow. Now, when you're with this security, when you want to talk to me, somebody's blocking. We can't gossip. When you want to do so you are in. That's the problem women suffer. I talked to one judge who was a woman. She died. Justice Amoko. She said, even as we suffer domestic violence. We suffer issues of financial upbringing and how to save because we don't go to these meetings. Now we are here. I'm the only one. The others are missing. I will still give you stories so that you know that we are suffering. You're a member of parliament. This husband of you has helped you to come. The moment you arrive, tells you get a loan. I'm going to use the money. And the man is asking for 500 million, and you have the access to get. These banks give us the money. You get it, you give to, let's say Mugisha was the one I hand over. I don't know what Mugisha is going to do with the money, whether he's going to marry another woman, whatever, but he's my husband. And I have to be a good woman. Remember, the voters, no, by the way they ask, if you turn against your husband, that's the end of you as a woman in terms of politics. So whatever he does with the money, your mouth must be what? Shut. But who's going to pay the loan? It is me who's going to suffer pain, quietly and painfully. That's why I'm saying we need that group of people also to get to know this information. I had one friend of mine, a fellow member of parliament. She, first term, not a young woman. She was my age mate. And the first time she left without a house in Kampala, she struggled to come back. So I told her, get to a building before you run away again. She tried this time, but she also not come back. But you know, she was living without money. The money had gone on the loan. She had to pay the money to the loan, do everything. Then the big husband even wanted the car. Then I told her openly that, Madam, tell him that we do accountability in parliament. They need a logbook in your names. It's not the MP. But he had said, go and buy the car in his name, Mr. X. So we still have our brothers here. Whereas I get money, whether I become what, Paul, you people end up taking the money. So that is the life. And again, as you sit as private sector, we need that guidance. We need that support. And I'm bringing it from a level of, because me, I've come from the village and now to the high class. I used to have a group of, I have my ladies, I have like about 10, 11 women, members of parliament who are, I'm their chairperson. But I introduced to them the saving culture. We save like for 4 years. And we can have some good billions. But I restricted the group. And that one I was very mean. I said, no man. I think I had only one MP in 2011. Unfortunately, he died when we came back. And he didn't just say, he decided to put a woman. I said, no, I want only women. And this group of ours does very well. And I saw that you can become, we could even become a bank because we can save to billions. And you do become a bank. But the challenge when it comes to politics, people begin again saying, now I want my little to go and distribute, you know. So it brings that problem. But I'm just trying to bring the story of a woman, where you come from, the barriers. When you are a big woman, conditions are put there. When you are having money, Mr. X is also asking for the same money. It is worse when you're a woman and you are now becoming, most of us have become breadwinners. The men have folded their hands. go on a visitation day in school and sit at a gate and watch who enters the school. It is the women. Where are these men? Our husbands, the ones who loved us. I think I remember Mugisha said, yeah, we love you. It really? I don't think you love us. Your love is very archaic, and the love is a pretense. The love is not true love. They have taken the back seat. He even donates you the car. You go for visitation. Madam, the car is there. But you are going to fuel. You are going to take care of the driver. He's somewhere watching his money. Those are the men. And yet those are people who are supposed to support us to grow in this thing. But I'm happy me I've been taken through that life. I now save, I think Old Mutual is there. They have a lot of my little millions. They have made me a millionaire now. From the other story, now I'm what? A millionaire. But again, you and women, as you were talking, I was wondering. I said we have women. This age bracket, they told us, I think it was Paul, young women. But who takes the money? That's the age of life, we know. Somebody comes with a story and blows all your money. Again, I will tell you a story coming from our house, a young MP. Yes, my presentation, you learn it. You know, when I was learning gender, we had a lecturer. And he said, he never taught gender. He will tell you a story. Me, Aracha Loco, I used not to go to school, like going to school, but whenever I came back home, my mother says, Arach, welcome back home. Let's go to the well. And those not gender issues. He brings you back, says, carry the baby. Let him bring a paper. People say the man never taught. But the man has been giving you gender what? Stories. And he will end the topic there and says, members have finished my lecture. But he has given you a story of how gender relations occur. So these stories help us. I have a young MP about the same age of 24, 25, who got somebody who deceived her that the Mugisha way of love. And she thought she was going to be, we all want to be wedded. And then somebody gets a business in town, somebody's business, takes you around, said, Honorable, this is our shop. Now we need to get more stock. So please organize. I'll be going to Dubai. A small woman gets the money. The man has never appeared up to today. That one went into stress. And almost, anyway, that's the story for another day. So when we talk about the words of empowerment, emancipation, leadership, and whatever, we must put something. What does it mean? When I look at the UN family here, the two big ladies here, they are very empowered. But if I go to their life, it might not be the story. Yes, it might not be the story. They might be struggling. All the saving they are doing, they are sending to somebody who might even not put their things there. Even as politicians, you give your brother, build me a house, and he doesn't build. If he builds, he's going to enter the house. And when you come, said, Madam, where were you to come and build your house? Now when I've used my energy, you are coming. And he's there with his wife. Now what do you do as a woman? You pack bags and go away. So, we need to look at emancipation. When we emancipate, how do we handle it? He brought a very good topic and said we would have a month of women. I remember I've said I lived in Uganda. We used to have November. Ministry of Trade, revive it. We used to have November was a month of a woman entrepreneur. And people used to have it. So you'd get to know what are women doing. If they're all doing chitenge, you can know how now to tell them, no, get out of chitenge. Some of you move this way. We know that the women now have the authority to handle contracts of government. They have been given a small waiver. How do women take advantage? When I was talking to the director of PPD, he said, no, the women can do the cooking. And I'm like, why cooking? This is the same thing we do at home. I cook every day. Now even the contract, you want me to be cooking? when the oil wells are being done by the men? Why don't you give me an oil well and also manage one? Because that's where the money is now. Now for you, you become a subcontractor of a subcontractor. You're almost in the down there in the chain. So these are things we need to think about whenever we're talking about a government program. So when they ask us they are protecting gains, when they bring a program, where are we? Ask those questions. Because now what government is talking is the oil. And in that oil sector, women are very few. One minister told me they are not there. I was challenging my Minister of Energy, who is a woman. I said, but how many women have we put? And she said, the women are not coming. So where are we? So I want to now go to the speech of the minister. Please, I beg for your pardon that I had to go for rumor mongering. Now, allow me now read this speech. Verbative. Now these are the news people know these are the words of the minister. The Honorable Minister of Trade was supposed to be here represented by the Commissioner, Business Development and Quality Assurance, the CEO of Uganda Security Exchange, Mr. Paul, the country representative, UN Women, Dr. Pauline, and the representative of other UN family here, representative of the private sector, UN agencies, government, and civil society organizations, ladies and gentlemen who are all in this room. It is my pleasure to be part of this important event, and I welcome you all and bring you greetings from Honorable Betty Amongi, who is away on official duty. I also take this opportunity to thank UN Women for organizing this event and for inviting the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Ladies and gentlemen, attaining gender equality has been at the heart of government, and a lot has been done through the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and I'm glad that such events are organized to provide an opportunity for reflecting on the gains. Again, gains. We cannot run away from this word. So far reached, but also to set new targets. The Women's Empowerment Principles, the WEPs, provides a global framework to guide the private sector in advancing gender equality and women's empowerment across the workplace, marketplace, and the wider community, which complements the existing government legal and policy frameworks, strategies, and interventions that promote women's empowerment. The UN Women and the UN Global Compact developed the WEPs that are grounded in the international labor and human rights standards and emphasize the responsibility and influence of businesses in promoting women's economic participation. Since their launch, the WEPs have grown into a global movement of more than 11,000 CEOs from over 190 countries, representing companies, chambers of commerce, industry associations, and cooperatives committed to driving gender responsive businesses and practices. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, WEPs serve as a major mechanism for private sector contribution to the gender equality objective of the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, especially SDG 5. I commend the CEOs that have signed on the WEPs, those who have signed and those who are doing it, like IF. When the lady was presenting here, she said she's doing it by example. So we commend them for their actions, such as ensuring equal pay for work of equal value, adopting gender-responsive supply chain, and enforcing zero tolerance for sexual harassment in workplaces. These commitments encourage companies to institutionalize policies and practices that empower women economically and socially. In the same regard, Government of Uganda, through different MDS, has put in place legal framework and interventions to promote gender equality and women's empowerment. The Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, provides for equality and human rights for all. The national machinery, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, harbors the mandate for Gender Equality and Women Empowerment has coordinated all stakeholders to promote gender equality and women's empowerment. Government of Uganda is currently implementing the fourth National Development Plan 2025, 2026, 2029 to 2030. It's the first plan that focuses on the implementation of government strategy to grow the economy tenfold by 2040. A strategy that aims to fast track the realization of socio-economic transformation, building on the foundation laid by the NRM government. In order to accelerate women's economic empowerment in the medium term, Uganda is implementing several targeted flagship programs like WEP, YLPA, SAGE for older persons, the National Special Grant for Persons with Disabilities, the GROW Project, the PDM, which reserves 30% for the women, and the MIOGA, among others. Some people might think this is small, but most of you went to a nursery school. You start from there and then you grow. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm aware that more than 40 companies have joined the WEPs, demonstrating growing national momentum for private sector engagement on gender equality. Each year, UN Women, the Uganda Securities Exchange, and the International Finance Corporation host the Ring the Bell for Gender Equality ceremony to mark International Women's Day and highlight the role of businesses and financial markets in advancing gender equality. The word is ring the what? The bell. I was the one who rang it last year. I'm still the one going to ring, so I'm becoming a very big partner in this project. And when they ring the bell, we all know in school, when they ring, it is time for lunch, you run to the dining. When they ring for going to class, you go to class. So this one's ringing for issues of business empowerment for women. The event is part of a global initiative involving nearly 120 stock exchanges and clearing houses that ring the bell to raise awareness of gender equality. The 2026 edition will position Uganda alongside international partners in promoting women's empowerment and integrating gender equality into businesses and financial systems. In conclusion, I call upon all us here to align the vision of 2040 with emerging global standards and sustainable and inclusive investment, including gender lens financing. Encourage stronger collaboration between government, private sector, development partners to expand women-owned enterprises, especially the high-growth sectors. Note that gender-responsive investment must be backed by data systems, which my friend from trade talked about, that track women's economic participation, leadership, and access to finance. Once again, we thank the UN Women for inviting Minister of Gender. We shall remain a partner in this strive to ensure that women are economically empowered. Thank you for listening. I say all this for God and my country. You clap again for this woman, a woman who is disabled.
Check, check.
Then she stands here, and then she talks to the people who are not disabled. Don't you think it's an empowerment? Clap again for me. But I'm your minister. Okay, so are we doing it here? I thought last time we did it.
And now we arrive at one of the most defining moments of this event, the ring the bell. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite all the other distinguished guests to please come forward as we're going to ring the bell.
I think if possible, we can get just to the front here. Yeah, just at the front.
And today, given at the exchange, ringing the bell is symbolic of commitment. And today, every institution that's going to touch that bell is making a commitment to be accountable, to say we are accountable, and we are ready for equality.
And just in case you need to say something, I will pass the microphone.
I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the Minister of Gender and the Minister of Trade to ring this bell as a call of action for the private sector and government of Uganda and all development partners that women are part of the development process. This is a bell for action, and all of you are called upon to take action in your different private institutions. Thank you so much. God bless you, women.
Thank you very much, Honorable Helen Grace Asamo, for coming through, for always keeping time. I don't remember any event that Honorable Helen has been invited and she comes late. Like some leaders say that leaders are delayed, they don't come late. She's never delayed. Thank you so much for the commitment to women empowerment. Thank you so much for the commitment to local content, like you are always called. The team will lead the minister out, but in just a bit, they will be coming back, because after that, we also want to now go ahead and see the launch of the Corporate Gender Accountability Network in Uganda. And there I will be inviting Yusra Naguja, a humanitarian specialist with the United Nations Women, to take us through that. But we just want our minister to be escorted and have some of our guests back. Yusra, just a minute. And immediately after that launch, we will then be going into the signing ceremony for the WEPs. There, I will invite Anita back in just a bit. She is still outside, of course, as well, who will give us very, very brief remarks, and then we'll go into the signing ceremony. And just to remind you that over 40 companies have signed the WEPs principles so far. I think on the stock about just one, which is still coming on board. Like we say, this is a marathon, right? And I would add as well, it's a relay, because at one point in time, we all pass on the baton to another person. But also Uganda will be the very third country in the world to be able to launch the accountability committee at the local level. Here I am so proud of my motherland, because we always do things faster. We always are good at doing things very, very fast, and the other nations come to copy from us. Someone said, but sometimes the implementation is where we lag. But we are very, very good when it comes to the black and white, and we know that with this, with the president being a champion as well of women empowerment, it's not just going to be another thing to do. So ladies and gentlemen, some of our guests are back. Allow me to invite Yusra to take us through our next step, and thereafter we'll be making the launch of the Corporate Gender Accountability Network. Welcome, Yusra.
Thank you. I think it's still morning. Good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. My name is Yusra Naguja. I'm a gender specialist working with UN Women in Uganda. So a lot has been said. I'll request for my presentation to go up. A lot has been said this morning, so I'll not say a lot. I just want to make just about 5 slides, PowerPoint slides, just to share a little bit of background to the network that is going to be launched today. And then thereafter, we shall invite the designates to be able to launch. Please support to share my presentation. Okay, as we wait for the presentation to come up, perhaps I could just speak on to the network, the purpose of the network. So in terms of the network, which we are branding as the Corporate Gender Accountability Network, is in support of bringing together the WEPs, the Women's Empowerment Principles in Uganda. It's going to be a collective ambition to be able to scale progress and multiply its impacts across the private sector. We want to ensure that the commitments in terms of the signatures that we are seeing today truly transform from workplaces, markets, and that they're accompanied by systems that measure progress, verify results, and promote transparency. So in terms of the Corporate Gender Accountability Network, it is going to be Uganda's first private sector-led multi-stakeholder platform dedicated to strengthening accountability for the WEPs. It will institutionalize the WEP's accountability and transparency framework to oversee annual corporate gender reporting cycles, validate and publish performance findings, and facilitate meaningful dialogue between companies, regulators, civil society, and development partners. By embedding the gender indicators into corporate government structures, the ESG frameworks, and the strategic decision making, the network will help companies move from commitment to measurable impact. There will be a steering committee for the network. Do we have it ready? Okay. So just going back to my slides, because they are summarizing what I was just speaking on, you might not be able to see the 7 principles, but in terms of when you speak about the WEPs, we are talking about the 7 principles that offer guidance on advancing gender equality and women's empowerment in the workplace, marketplace, as well as the community. The first being leadership, ensuring leadership commitment at the highest level. The second being safety of women at the workplace. The third principle being support to education and training for women. We have a principle around enterprise development, supply chain, and marketing practices. The 6th principle is around supporting community initiatives and advocacy that advance gender equality. And then the 7th principle is about measurements and reporting progress. So in terms of the events to measure and report progress. So worldwide, we see that 12,000 companies have signed up to the WEPs. And then in Kampala, so far we have 40 plus companies, but after today's events, this number might go up to perhaps 60 or so. And then when we speak about accountability, already there are frameworks and systems that are in place, supported by the UN in partnership with the government. The first one is the Women's Empowerment Principle on the right, which was established in 2010, and it's looking at private companies, ensuring gender equality within business and private sector. And then when you look on the right, the UNDP has developed a gender equality seal, which also looks at promoting gender equality both in business but also in government and public institutions. So the combination of these two strategies, the WEPs as well as the gender seal, is what's going to bring together the network to see that we support the companies through the journey to uphold the 7 principles towards achieving the gender equality seal. So in terms of this network that we are talking about, how does it work? We are saying that it will be able to support, first, it is open membership to all WEPs registered companies. So as long as you subscribe to the WEPs, you can be part of the members. And also it will look at annual public accountability forum to publish results and recognize as performers. I think Patrick was sort of alluding to this already. How can we celebrate and recognize? So this network will support accountability, publishing results, as well as celebrating the high performers in terms of implementing the WEPs and the gender equality seal. We'll also have quarterly technical working group meetings for oversight, as well as a secretariat. And then the private sector-led technical working group comprising of government, regulators, UN agencies, as well as WEP signatories. So these are the core objectives of the network. The first one looking at establishing this very network. The second one looking at operationalizing the network, making sure it is able to achieve the objectives. The third one is looking at institutionalizing standardized corporate reporting, including, for example, using the tools, the gender gap analysis, action planning, the gender scorecards, as well as the M&E framework. The other component which is down is not visible, but it's speaking to training. So we understand when you talk about the tools, analysis, the private sector will need support in terms of capacity building to understand and use these tools and frameworks. So there will be support for training through this particular network. The other issue is to make sure we have a space where we can benchmark, where we can come and learn from each other, share experiences. And then the last objective, to expand visibility and adoption of the WEPs in Uganda. So creating visibility, celebrating, holding annual events. Yes, these are some of the deliverables. We shall be able to produce an annual gender accountability report with standardized sex and age disaggregated data to know which company has progressed in terms of doing, in terms of their performance around the gender parameters and gender indicators, as well as support to apply the tools, support to use the gender scorecards, as well as using the excellence awards, so recognizing. We can go ahead. So with this, I would like to invite the first members of this network to be able to formally anchor the network and begin the work. So I would like to invite the core members of the technical working group to come to the stage to be able to launch this network. Someone, John, you can help us bring closer the signing board. So allow me to kindly invite Uganda Securities Exchange, International Finance Corporation, Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Trade, the Equal Opportunities Commission, Private Sector Foundation Uganda, UN Women, and UNDP. Someone help us with markers. UN Women, UNDP, Private Sector Foundation Uganda, Equal Opportunities Commission.
Would kindly like to have all of us called upon to the front. UN Women.
Uganda Securities Exchange, yes. Okay. Madame Paulina has stepped out briefly. She got an urgent call. Okay, she has delegated me to sign on her behalf, so shall proceed, not to keep the other guests waiting.
Of course, Yusuf was kind enough to let us know what the agenda is, the goals, and what is expected to be achieved by the Corporate Gender Accountability Network Uganda. Like we said, we can commit, we can have all the black and white, but if we do not have commitment and the tools and mechanisms of achievement, then we will only be able to remain at the promise, and we do not want to do that. I love that Joram earlier talked about data accountability, which is very important because you need to look at the numbers. You need to be able to say we're doing better or we are not moving forward, then look at the factors that could be causing the stagnation. So let's get the markers. Did someone present them so we can just be able to sign? Yeah, let's go ahead and sign. We'll start with Dr. Paulina, yes, right below the organization. And this is symbolic of commitment. to ensuring that gender equality is realized. We will get on to, of course, UNDP is not here, but let us continue with, oh, yes, UNDP, sorry, please. Let's get to have your signature right below there. Apologies. And of course, in that order, I'm wondering whether the Ministry of Trade is here. Oh, yes. That's how good my eyesight is from afar. I can be able to read. The Ministry of Gender, represented. The minister is not here. Equal Opportunities Commission, I think, is not. PSFU, let's get the signature. I definitely heard saying that. Yes, Uganda Securities Exchange, who have also hosted us today together with the partners. And thereafter, of course, we'll have the International Finance Corporation. Miss Anita, yes. Thereafter, we will of course have that group picture with the signatures in, just very, very close to that commitment board. But who set up this standing arrangement? The women have decided to be on one side, then the men on one side. I don't understand. Huh? Okay, that's better. That's perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, we're done with that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it a round of applause that we are not just talking about what we want to do, but also finding mechanisms of how to achieve what we intend to achieve. So this is not the only launch, actually. After this, Anita will not be sitting. She will come to us and give us very brief remarks about WEPs. Most especially, I know that for the media, probably, we would also be asking a little much more about what this means. What does the commitment mean? The companies that are signing, like we said, we have about 40 currently, and by end of today, we'll have more than those. And immediately after Anita's remarks, we'll have the signing for the WEPs and the organizations that are ready to be able to append their signatures. And then after that, we will actually go into our panel discussion, which is the last bit of our event. We'll be here in the next not more than 1 hour. By about midday, we should be out of here, or 11:45. Thank you so much. Let's welcome Anita.
Thank you, Mildred. It was noted that there were 41 companies in Uganda that have already signed principles. So that's demonstrating a growing I just want to speak to the first calls for establishing high-level corporate leadership for gender equality. So real transformation starts at the top, where leaders embed gender equality into strategy. Then the second principle promotes treating all women and men fairly at work, ensuring human rights, equal opportunity, and the elimination of discrimination. Third, ensuring health, safety, and well-being of workers, and the well-being of workers by providing safe environments and equitable access to protection. The fourth, encourages companies to promote education, training, and professional development communities. The fifth principle invites that empower women, including supporting women-owned enterprises and promoting inclusive sourcing. Extends influence beyond the company's role transparency and accountability, help companies track improvement, and demonstrate leadership in gender equality. So these principles are symbolic. They represent real opportunities. Evidence consistently shows that companies with greater gender diversity, particularly in leadership, are more innovative, resilient, and so I will now call upon the CEO of USC, Paul,
All right. We're going into a signing ceremony. The organizations are quite many. Some may not be present, but they've already appended their signatures because they may not be in the room right now. I will, in no particular order, call out Ms. Grace Mulisa, who is the Managing Director of EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. I think I can never forget their tagline because it has been such for the longest I've known the bank. So we'll have Ms. Grace Mulisa, who also just later will be giving us some testimonies about the conversation we are having today. I do have a marker here. Okay, yes, we will be able to confirm that in the presence of IFC, USE, and UN Women, EcoBank did give that signing. They did append their signature. I will next be inviting Ms. Ida Nkwanzi, the CEO of Britam Life, representing the Chief Executive Officer of the Uganda Insurers Association. Do we have Ms. Ida Nkwanzi here? Oh yes, she is here. Okay, then we'll take a picture with that. EcoBank will take a picture with that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause because earlier we talked about implementation, and this is exactly that road towards implementation. Let's now have Ms. Ida Nkwanzi, who is the CEO of Britam Life, representing the Chief Executive Officer of the Uganda Insurers Association. Okay. Ida, you will come next for the signing. And as Ida signs, I will be asking, do we have a representation from Bank of Africa in the room? Oh, okay, yes. After Ida signs, I will then be inviting the Bank of Africa. Bank of Africa will just be close. Ida will finish appending the signature and then take a picture in that regard. Ida is a real CEO. She's signing she's signing on the banknotes. Tongue and cheek, don't worry. Okay, after Ida signs, we will then take a picture. The next time the president is looking for a governor, I think Ida should be, because that signature will not be forged by anyone whatsoever. But thank you so much to the companies already signing. EcoBank has, Britam Life is now signing. Let's give a round of applause now. We have the signature officially appended that the principles, the women empowerment principles, will definitely be followed, aligned with the day-to-day work of Britam Life. Let's now have Bank of Africa. the Bank of Africa. I love that the banks are coming through and signing to the women empowerment principles. Okay, she will also be taking a picture in memory of this day and also as we continue to move forward. I will ask if Mr. Brian Collins Amanyire is here, the CFO of Opportunity Bank. Oh yes, he is definitely here. So after Bank of Africa, Mr. Brian Collins Amanyire will be signing on behalf of Opportunity Bank, giving opportunities to the women. Let's welcome Mr. Brian Collins Amanyire from Opportunity Bank. Uganda Bankers Association, you're doing good work. When you see so many of the banks acknowledging that this has to be done, you surely know it's a very important conversation. And of course, later on, we'll have Patricia from the Uganda Bankers Association on the panel. Okay, Standard Chartered Bank. Is Standard Chartered Bank represented? Yeah, please come through, Standard Chartered Bank. And after Standard Chartered Bank signs through, we'll have Finance Trust Bank. Standard Chartered comes in next. Do we have Finance Trust Bank ready? Are they available? Yes? Oh, okay. After Standard Chartered, I will request Finance Trust Bank to just draw a little bit closer. And after the signing and the picture, we'll be taking. Thank you. Thank you. Finance Trust Bank, welcome, please, and thank you. Okay. We have a representation of the Managing Director of Finance Trust Bank right there. Thank you so much for coming through and for acknowledging that the women empowerment principles are very important in the organization. And just like Dr. Paulina did say, that the private sector in Uganda is just not another player, but very instrumental at that. And just because Uganda is a private sector-led economy, there is no way we can put aside the private sector. They're very integral. They're just not participants in the economy, but the real architects of the economy. I will now invite Mr. Sembuya Julius, the CEO of Finance and Trade. Do we have Julius in the house? Oh, yes, Julius is right here. CEO of Finance and Trade. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes. And as he does append the signature, kindly, Akvo International. Yes, you will get closer. We want to have this signed as quickly as possible. Because like I promised that we will leave by around midday. I do not want to be a liar. I grew up being told liars will go to hell. I don't want to be a member. Okay. Julius Sembuya will be coming on next after. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Sembuya, Julius, please. That's Akvo International. Mr. Kazimiri Victor, the CEO of Akvo International, is right here with us as well. I will now call Ms. Constance Tengo, CPF Financial Services Uganda. Is Ms. Constance with us? Okay, Ms. Constance is not with us. Mr. Asimwe Humphrey, the CEO, Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. Mr. Asimwe, are you around with us? Is Mr. Asimwe with us in the room? Could be away, but many of them have actually been able to sign. I'll now invite Mr. Daniel Waiswa, Etroka Photo Films and Events. Mr. Daniel Waiswa is here with us? Okay, let's invite Mr. Daniel Waiswa, and also I'll have Miss Rachel Kobugabe, who is representing the ED of Uganda Association of Microfinance Institutions, getting ready. Let's have Mr. Daniel Waiswa signing. And of course, Etroka Photo Films and Events are our service providers today, but they already signed. They're signing right now, and the other partners that I called who were not able to come actually signed much earlier on online. This event is both physical and online. We learned good lessons from the COVID period, and we no longer can be able to give any excuse, because wherever you are, you can work. Things have to keep moving. All right, as Daniel Waiswa concludes on that, I will invite Ms. Rachel Kobugabe, who is representing the ED of the Uganda Association of Microfinance Institutions, as well, getting closer to a pen her signature. And last but in no means the least, we'll have Clive Emron, the General Manager, Med Optics Limited, as well, getting closer after Rachel appends her signature. Is Mr. Clive Emron here with us? Oh, yes, he is. He is the General Manager, Med Optics. Please care for your eyes. Your eyes don't have to be quote unquote dead. That is what we normally said. My eyes are dead, then you go and find. But most of us these days use computers and different gadgets, and you have a lot of blue light flashing into your eyes. You need to find those glasses. Clive Emron is here. General Manager, Med Optics Limited. Eat more carrots and those things that the doctors say are good for your eyes. It's very, very important for your health. And of course, after that, that will officially mark the end of the web signing. And I wish we could have some of those, all of those who have appended their signatures coming for a group photo. I'm kindly requesting that all of us, please, Mr. Emron, please stay. Let's have every one of us come through and we take this group picture. I hope the space will be enough. If it means others would sit, that would also be okay. And after this picture, we'll have just two testimonies, and then we'll move on to our panel, which is the very last item. Will we need some seating? I think our paparazzi will be able to let us know how we work. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I see the commitment getting into action. I see so many other organizations that have appended their signatures. Thank you so much for paying attention to gender equality. And with no further ado, we'll have some testimonials, and I will start with one from EcoBank, and allow me invite Grace Mulisa, the Managing Director, EcoBank. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her some warmth as she speaks to us very briefly in about 5 minutes or less. I know she's a very time-conscious person, and thereafter we'll get our second testimonial and then move to our panel and close.
Okay. Um, with all protocols duly observed, allow me to say good morning, first of all, and good morning to you all. So on behalf of all my colleagues at EcoBank, and I think I came in with about 3 or 4 of my colleagues. I just wanted them to stand up so you can see, first of all, that they are women. Elizabeth Kasede Mwerinde, who is our head of commercial and consumer banking. I have Daisy Namayanja, who is head of marketing and communications. And I have Belinda Semwanga, I don't know where Belinda is, who is a head of customer experience. As you can see, what we're going to share is already demonstrated by our presence this morning. So first of all, it's both an honor and a privilege for me to join you today as we collectively ring the bell for gender equality. As a woman, this moment is more than symbolic for me and for all of us here and all the women out there, that it's a reminder that gender equality is not a social imperative, but an economic necessity, a leadership responsibility, and moral commitment, when you think about it. But just quickly sharing our success stories, which is the purpose we're here, is that at EcoBank, first of all, we are part of a much larger group that is represented in 32 countries on the continent, and based out of Togo, Lome in Togo. We are a Pan-African bank, in all aspects. More importantly, that we understand what is core to the continent, and one of that is gender equality, or the role that women play in our economic development. So as a bank, we recognize that empowering women and girls is not simply a social responsibility, but rather fundamental to building stronger institutions, more inclusive economies, and high-performing organizations. So from a workplace perspective, workplace to communities, I'm going to share about 3 examples or 3 success stories. So first of all, I'd like to say that I'm pleased to share the progress we have made in advancing our gender transformation agenda, as well as initiatives through which we are supporting women entrepreneurs and young girls in Uganda and across EcoBank as a group. As a bank, in terms of representation, I'm happy to share that today at a group level, that 48% of our employees are women, and that has been going up from 2022 from 46% to 48%. We are now women now represent about 40% of management, and this is mid-level management, and about 33% of mid to senior management roles are held by women. Bringing it down to Uganda, it's 62% of our population is actually women at a pan bank level, and 40% is at the senior level. But as you can see, as you go higher, it starts to reduce. So we're being deliberate and intentional to make sure that that continues to widen and continue to provide opportunities for growth, even at a senior level. So these numbers for us are not merely statistics, but reflect a deliberate commitment to expanding opportunities for women and embedding gender transformation at every level of our organization. We have not only looked at ourselves internally, but rather we've also gone out as far as business is concerned. And we have a proposition called Elevate by EcoBank. In our Elevate proposition, we empower women entrepreneurs. And this is what we are trying to do. First of all, the proposition allows us to extend collateral-free facilities or lending to women that are in businesses and across board. And the exciting part is that we also have partnerships as far as risk participation is concerned. And those partnerships allow us actually to lend up to 75%. When we bring that in, up to 75% collateral free for women. Our philosophy when it comes to Elevate is simple. We're saying it's more than money, because we believe it's not enough to provide financing for women without opening up opportunities for them to be able to, one, understand what they're trying to do in terms of knowledge, in terms of information, network, ecosystems, and markets. So Elevate provides both financial and non-financial support to women start, grow, and scale their businesses. Today, when we look at what we have been able to do, and there are a number of examples that globally or at a continent level, we have extended financing to about 103,000 women that are doing businesses. Allow me to bring it back home that as we grow or intentionally promote, women, we started a mentorship program, and that mentorship program is meant to also support young women come up and across board and create that pool that will allow us to continue to grow these women into senior leadership positions. Lastly is the work that we are doing in the community and working jointly with Uganda Red Cross to support an initiative called or termed KAGIS, which is Keep a Girl in School, that is looking at young girls in refugee camps and poor districts or rural districts where girls miss school because of what we term as period poverty. So we have partnered with Uganda Red Cross under that initiative and Ministry of Education and Sports as key stakeholders. And this initiative addresses period poverty, which is a significant barrier to education for many girls, particularly in vulnerable communities, including refugee camps. You will be amazed to know that we have about 18% of girls miss about 18% of the academic year, because in refugee camps and some of these rural places, young girls have no access to something as simple as sanitary pads. And every time they go through the cycle, it means they have to miss 4 days in a month of going to school. So you can imagine the impact that will create on their future as they go ahead. So for us, this is not only about dignity. One, it restores dignity, but it's more than that, because it's about safeguarding their future potential or the future potential of young women in this country. So overall, as a bank, our commitment to gender equality is reflected across every level of our organization, from advancing women into leadership to empowering women into entrepreneurs, and through Elevate to ensuring that young girls, and through KAGIS by ensuring that young girls remain in school through initiatives like KAGIS. So these are not standalone programs. They're key long-term investments in inclusive growth, in sustainable development, and in the future strength of our societies. Nations perform better, economies grow faster, and societies become more just and inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grace. Now, allow me invite Code Academy to give us just about 3-5 minutes of their time on their own journey and success story, as I get to invite my panel. And as Code Academy comes, because I will be having that time as limited, allow me invite to the panel to get seated. In the meantime, I will invite Chirabo Patience, the Legal and Compliance Officer at the Uganda Securities Exchange. Chirabo, wherever you are, please make your way. Let's give her a round of applause. I will invite back Yusra Naguja, who is the Humanitarian Specialist at the UN Women. Please come, take your seat. We'll be very glad to have you. A big round of applause for her as well. I will also invite from the Uganda Bankers Association, Patricia Amito, who is the Head of Communications and Corporate Affairs. Let's give these ladies a round of applause, or I will take it personal, by the way, because it's a ladies' event. We're talking about women empowerment, gender equality. From Old Mutual Investment Group, allow me invite Sharon Laniero, who is the Risk and Compliance Manager at Old Mutual Investment Group. A big round of applause for Sharon Laniero. Sharon, wherever you are, yes, I will be glad to have you here. And from Yalero Fish Farm, Barbara Agwang, the Human Resource Manager. Let's give a round of applause for Barbara Agwang, the Human Resource Manager. Hey, if you don't want to clap for her, Charles, I don't know what is happening. Or if you want to buy fish which is fresh, I don't know if you will be able to find some stocks. Okay, so as we get our panel set, because immediately after that, it will be one of the most short panels that you've seen, so that by midday we'll be stepping out. Let me invite Code Academy, and in about 3-5 minutes, maximum, we'll have their success story.
Thank you, Mildred. A very good morning. Edward Sempala is my name. It's an honor and a privilege to be here today. Distinguished guests, all protocol observed. Today I have my team here with me. I would like to show them off. Some ladies on the team that have doing great work at the academy. Efforts have been put together to ensure that we empower and more women within the organization. Probably, unlike the big brands in the house, some of you may be wondering what's Code Academy. Probably hearing it for the very first time. Allow me to take the privilege to let you know that Code Academy is an edtech company in the country for the last 7 years. We have been at it helping parents introduce their children to the tech space early. And we are cognizant of the fact that as well as we had well-intentioned efforts to address this, we always had a challenge with the few numbers of girls coming through in our space to learn coding, robotics, every single holiday. This being the fact in most of the spaces that we have in the country, we realized that we needed to pull efforts together to address this gender divide, even among the young people in the country. And 2 years ago, we had the privilege to join a number of entities that signed the Women Empowerment Principles, which did inform a lot of policy and direction for the organization, but also touching even our activities and events that we do within the year. Thank you to USE and UN Women for championing this. It has been a beacon of inspiration to us and efforts that we put together to address the gaps within the gender divide in the country. Unlike the other entities that have spoken more candid in line with women empowerment in the workspace, in the employment sector, at the academy, we take quite a slightly different approach to address the matter. And that approach that we've decided to take at the academy is to really go back and look at the young girls in our spaces. The young girls today are the women of tomorrow. And what we do with them, how we address them, remains very paramount to them turning out as empowered women in the near future. So years ago, we did establish through the International Girls in ICT Day, we did establish the Girls in ICT Week at Code Academy, and a week which we decided to champion efforts to inspire, train, and mentor young people in coding, in robotics, across a number of schools in Kampala, and we have seen these efforts grow over the years, with the most recent one attracting over 200 girls across Kampala and being trained and certified in that direction. So as we ring the bell today, I would like to call upon efforts from the various stakeholders in the house today to shift our attention to increase girl participation in the digital space. While many schools are well intentioned to offer training in ICT, there remains a very big gap for girls coming forward. Well, they are things like training in ballet, music, and dance, and they may seem cool every single holiday for you to take your daughter to be trained in ballet, to be trained in cooking, to be trained in these amazing things. There remains a very big gap for parents to recognize that, okay, whereas the future that we are preparing our children for is digital, our girls should be at the forefront, not taking the back seat at all. So for the efforts we put together at the academy over the years, we have seen an increase even in the turn up within our classes, having more girls joining. Before, in 2018, we used to have about a class of about 40 students, and then you find like 6 of them are girls, the others are boys. But over the years, as we've put effort to address the increase of more girls coming through these spaces, we have seen an increase of more girls to over 60% attendance currently within our classes every single holiday. So at the academy, we remain committed to gender equality through bridging the digital gender divide. As we empower more girls to enter the digital space early, through conducting coding, robotics, and drone skilling of young people every holiday, we want to say that this cannot be fully achieved if parents here today, the different stakeholders, entities, do not arise and understand that, okay, it's possible for our young girls to be part of this journey. It's possible for the young girls to really come and as early as 7 years join the digital space and learn and build and create different things. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. And on the other side, I want to close by saying rights, justice, and action for girls in the digital space are really called for. Thank you.
Let's give a bigger round of applause to Code Academy. Yeah, I know as we get closer to the bye-bye time, many of us are looking at our watches, but like I said, we'll be closing this in the shortest time possible. I want to get into our panel right now, and we will be giving it about 5 minutes each for the responses that are coming through. But I would like to start with you, Patience Chirabo from the Uganda Securities Exchange, on how you think the stock exchanges can use the regulatory convening power to incentivize gender responsive corporate governance. But also we would like to look at what the most common significant barriers to advancing WEPs. We just saw many companies signing here in Uganda. And how do you think some of those barriers or stakeholders can collaborate to overcome them?
Thank you, Mildred.
Feel free to switch on.
Thank you, Mildred. All protocol observed. Good morning. Mildred, your question is really interesting. So let me just start by saying this. As a Uganda Securities Exchange, we really stand at a really unique intersection of regulation, there's disclosure, and we're also in a position of influence. So let me just start a bit with regulation. When you choose to come and list on the exchange, you're going to be subject to the US e-listing rules. So these rules, in a way, they kind of, I'm sorry about that. Sorry, Mildred. So these rules tell you how you're going to disclose. There are certain disclosures that you have to share with the public and the market at every point in the course of the year, whether they are your financials, whether there are changes in management, whether it is your board composition. So one of the saddest things that I've been listening to this morning is how underrepresented women are in senior management and even on boards. That is something that we've been trying to work on as the exchange. In my daily duties, I tend to track companies. I tend to track their metrics, number of women on the board, and on average, you will find that a board that has 7 members, there are only 2 women on that board. While we have made progress in that area, there's still a lot of work that we need to do. As a regulator, that means that there's something missing in the policies that we create, in the rules frameworks that we create. To counter this issue, USE drafted the ESG Sustainability Disclosure Guidance. It is still before the CMA awaiting approval. But one of the metrics that we're encouraging the companies to track is the diversity metrics. We want them to be more transparent. We want them to be open. And because world over, there are investors that are looking to invest their money in companies that are ESG compliant, we know that this will, I don't want to use the word force, but this will encourage companies to make sure that there are more women in senior management and more women on the board. That also goes for how we draft our corporate governance rules and guidelines, but also as an exchange, we do have a duty to make sure that we educate more people on the importance of having more women in these positions. Statistics world over have shown that women in these kinds of positions equals to more profits for the company, better investors, and even bigger business. It matters in your supply chains. Are there women there? These are things that we need to encourage companies to think about, but also these are things as a regulator that we need to incorporate in our guidance, in our rules, in our regulations. I also want to point out the fact that we need to reward and recognize those companies that are actually taking the steps. Currently, we are partners in the FIRE Awards with the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Uganda, but really that recognizes companies that comply with the IFRS standards. It's time. I'm really glad that Mr. Buiso recognized companies and the initiatives they are taking to empower women in the various sectors. I'm really proud. I like to call them my companies, my issuers. We have a close relationship. I'm really proud of that, but more can be done, I believe, on our side to really reward them, to really incentivize them. So in terms of barriers, to be honest, Mildred, the biggest barrier that we've seen at the USE is really access to financial information. By a show of hands, how many of you knew about the capital markets, maybe in secondary school?
You've put a hard rider.
This is something we don't teach. Even when I was in law school, we didn't learn about that. I learned about capital markets when I joined the Governance Institute, UK, when I was doing my Chartered Secretary course. But before that, and that's a challenge we have, you will walk among corporates and they won't even know how an exchange works. So in order for us to counter that, USE has taken a step.
Okay.
We are launching the USE Academy. We are tailoring certain courses, and we are really hoping that we will get a lot of women to come and learn more about the capital markets, how they work, learn more about the instruments that are traded there. So it's something that is really at the heart of USE, and it's something that we hope we will see more improvements.
Okay.
We are more than happy to collaborate. We are really happy that we are working with the UN family, IFC. I'm really glad about the task force that has been launched. I know that by the time we come back next year, it will be a different atmosphere.
All right. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Patience. Patience, actually, yes, when you empower women economically and put them in those positions, they will do better, because I was at a Bank of Uganda event where they said women were paying 30% much more, paying back loans than the men. And we were asking men, where do you take the money after you borrow it? Huh? I get to ask that question. But let me move to Yusra. Yusra, we've seen the signing of the WEPs. How much more do we move beyond the signing and we get meaningful implementation? But also, how do you think companies can be able to measure progress when it comes to gender equality, issues of leadership, pay equity at work, and just the workplace culture? Because like I think it was Joram who mentioned, we need to have the statistics because they will be able to inform how we plan and how we implement.
Thank you. And thank you, Patience, for laying that background in terms of the challenges. It's true, in Uganda, I think we are very good at signing up to documents, to commitments, but usually we get stuck at the implementation. So I'm going to mention 3 areas that I would recommend that companies can adopt. And of course, we are here to walk the journey with the companies through the network. So the first area is about leadership accountability. So many speakers previously have spoken about commitment at the highest level at the board. We want to see that the board puts in place policies, first of all, that will support gender equality, not only stopping at policies, but ensuring resources are availed. Because most of the time we have policies, but they are not backed up by resources. For example, if a woman takes maternity leave, is there a resource to which a company can hire someone on short term to bridge that gap? Otherwise, if the resource is not put in place, it means the woman will not be able to enjoy the maternity leave because the work is still waiting for her. So backing up with both human resource as well as financial resources, as well as the leadership, ensuring that they include gender targets and gender performance key indicators in the terms of reference at the highest level, as well as ensuring responsibility, tagged it, for example, to the board members. Each board member should have a responsibility and should be able to demonstrate how they have supported gender equality within that company. The second area that I'm going to talk about is companies using standardized tools and frameworks to now move from policy to systematically integrate gender within their systems in a sustainable manner. So when we talk about gender tools, for example, I was earlier referring to the gender gap analysis to assess, to give us the baseline as to how the company is standing as of today in terms of integrating gender within these systems and different areas of work, right at the workplace, in the marketplace, but also in terms of the initiatives they're doing in the communities. For example, we have seen EcoBank is doing a lot. So this gender gap analysis will inform us of the baseline. There are also gender audits that can be done. And then moving, once you get the baseline, you can use gender action plans now to get the roadmap towards how you can be able to have concrete steps towards addressing some of the structural barriers and the structural gaps that you would have identified. The third area that I'm going to talk about the companies can use to support the implementation is around transparent monitoring and reporting. A lot of speakers have mentioned, celebrating, coming out to report. Patience has spoken about disclosure. So this needs to be transparent enough for us to be able to, the information should be accessible to the public. So companies should be able to collect sex and age disaggregated data in various aspects, various parameters of gender, as well as other indicators. For example, how many women are in leadership? Is there diversity in terms of the workplace? Not only gender, women and men, but people with disabilities, elderly people, young people, so that we are able to track these parameters. Companies can also, for example, report on the workplace culture. Does the workplace culture is it inclusive? Does it allow all people of diversity of categories to be able to perform effectively and efficiently? And with the launch of the network, as I conclude, I believe it is one of the tools and frameworks that are going to handhold and walk the journey with the companies to be able to support the implementation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Yusra. Let's give her a round of applause. I think those are very, very practical, and companies just need to be able to pay attention. I know companies whereby you will be on leave, but There are calls every time. Send this email, read through this, reply on WhatsApp, but you're literally on leave at the end of the day. But let me come to the Uganda Bankers Association. Patricia, as an umbrella body for the bankers in Uganda, how do you think you can use the association to advance the implementation of WEPs? We just saw so many other banks coming on board, but also how do you think you can position yourself as key sector players to institutionalize the WEPs implementation, and also being able to develop the gender equality certification frameworks, because Yusra was actually talking about being able to use frameworks at workspaces.
Thank you very much, Mildred. Good afternoon, everybody.
It's still good morning, I think. Yeah, we're still in the morning.
Good afternoon. Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Patricia.
Thank you again for inviting Uganda Bankers Association to share. Patricia is my name. I lead the Communications and Corporate Affairs unit, but also I lead the Women Economic Empowerment Initiative, which is an initiative that was launched by the industry in 2023 and speaks to the social impact that the industry is positioning itself to contribute towards. In terms of the WIPs, I think my work was made easier this morning. The starting point for WIPs, we signed as Uganda Bankers Association in 2025. We signed the WIPs, and Dr. Pauline, I think you'll agree with me, part of my accountability has been showcased this morning. From the 5 institutions that signed up, that have agreed to commit to utilize the WIPs, but the 5 are not only the only ones. There are 3 more that had joined earlier. That's Stanbic, DFCU, and Finca. So in total, we are 8. But are we there yet? Not yet. We are 34 institutions under the umbrella. So my work is still there. But that notwithstanding, I want to really thank the leadership of UBA for the will and the passion to actually position the industry to promote gender inclusive financing. Most of the members who are in this room have got initiatives that are driving gender, initiatives that are targeting women. So our role as UBA has been to create the awareness amongst our membership, to create that sensitization, that believability of there's a framework that's in place. As we launched the initiative in 2023, it was out of a demand that had been realized by the few female CEOs. We had about 6 that time. Unfortunately, we have dropped to 5, but we are an industry of hope, and we will continue with the fight. Not the fight, we'll continue with the conversations to get more female CEOs on board or as part of the institutions. But that notwithstanding also as well, I would like to share some statistics that gave us a push. And we've talked about board, we've talked about senior management, but from the banking industry, we have information that we have received from about 31 financial institutions. And in terms of board representation, we have about 265 board members. Out of these, we have 87 that are female and 177 that are men. So I think we need a clap, because 87 and 170, we're not yet there, but we are there. We're getting there. But when you come to board chairs out of the 31, we have only 10 who are females. That already shows that the work that we have to do is pretty much cut out for us in terms of the operations, the policies that we have within the institutions. When you come to the staffing, we have about 19,000 staff across the industry. What we have seen between 2023, 2022, and to date is from 2022 to about 2024, we had about 52% who were female. Now that number dropped 2024 to 47%. I don't know what happened to the women. Something happened, but we'll get to that. But also, when we dug deeper, we realized women who get into the banking industry, there are many who are playing around entry level, middle level, officer level. And I think Grace did mention this, as the curve starts to rise, then they start to drop. So the Women Economic Initiative that was launched is based on 4 pillars. And these are things that are driving us as an industry. It has a pillar on leadership and empowerment that speaks to internally the staff within the institutions, the mentorship and coaching that needs to happen, both from the men and also the women. We're not saying only women coach or women mentor. We're saying even the men. We have men who have done a fantastic job in terms of mentorship and also coaching. So that's a pillar that's looking at that aspect. We have a pillar that's looking at gender inclusivity, which is now where WIPS comes in, or WEPS comes in. Now that pillar is looking at institutions that have a lens for gender, whether it's in their products and services, in their policies. And what WEPS did for us and why we actually signed up is we saw that there was a very clear framework that will support us in this specific pillar. And that's the conversation we're having with our members. Now, the third pillar is on access to finance, which is the conversation that everybody would like to see. As a banking industry, the amount of credit that we give to private sector is about 26 trillion. When you look at it disaggregated, it's about 13% that goes to women. Can that number go up? Absolutely, it can. With intentionality, with clear structures, with even certain policies that have to be reformed or amended to ensure that we actually drive this. So for me, I talked about the 3. The 4th one is really around convening forums to drive conversations, to share best practices, to learn from each other. And that's something that we're doing as an industry. So we want to continue to have these conversations. We have the 6 or 8 institutions that have signed up. We have a steering committee, by the way, for the industry that we established in November last year. And with this committee, we are going to be very intentional about what we can do, what we can be accountable for as member institutions, but also broadly as a banking industry. We will get into the aspects of standardization, which is something that the Bankers Association would like to do. Driving standards, if we're talking about gender, what are some of the standards we want to consider? Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Thank you very much, Patricia. And I think you're getting very, very practical. I love the statistics, and that is what we were talking about, data. Yes, some of the statistics may not be as positive, but they give us a pointer to see where to work, how to start the work, how to improve the work. And that's which Patricia said, as women continue up the ladder, the numbers continue dropping every other time. Even when it comes to school enrollment, you'll have so many enrolling for primary. Start looking for them at university. And then you will see that the numbers are lower. In as much as sometimes the numbers at university for graduation for women are more, or for the girls are more than the boys. But when you look at enrollment vis-a-vis the last person graduating, it's totally a different conversation altogether. I love that we're looking out for practical solutions. Let me get to Sharon from Old Mutual. I know that you could have implemented a number of initiatives as Old Mutual that are directly looking at strengthening gender equality at the workplace. What are some of those that you can be able to share, that we can borrow a leaf, a branch, or pick the entire tree? But also we know that fund managers do play a very, very unique role when it comes to advancing gender equality. And I would also like to ask, what are some of those you have introduced that we also can be able to learn from?
Thank you so much, Mildred.
Welcome.
These questions and these discussions are very dear to me because I am a lady who has experienced inequality in leadership. And at a young age, joining management being the first lady in management of a very huge corporation is not easy. And you're bullied left, right, and center, and you start to question your decision as to whether you belong to the right place. And honestly, because of my experience, this is very dear to me, and I'm very committed to holding another lady's hand. So as Old Mutual belonging to an organization that has diversity, inclusion, and equity and equality policies in place is really amazing for ladies. So as Old Mutual, we do have a policy on diversity, equality, and inclusion, and that was approved and being implemented effective 2019 as an organization. And therefore, we have come up with a number of initiatives as Old Mutual to ensure that we implement these various strategies. One of them is that to ensure that we implement strategies around including women in senior management and decision-making positions. 3 years, and we're talking about statistics, it has grown over 100%, coming from 25% ladies in management to 51% ladies in management. We also have mentorship and sponsorship programs as Old Mutual, where we attach ladies to various mentors and leaders to groom them for their future leadership positions as an entity. So that is very key for us as Old Mutual, and I'm very proud to belong to such an entity. In addition to that, we also do have very flexible working terms and conditions for our employees. We have remote working, flexible hours. Actually, we also do have very supportive parental policies in place. Our maternity cover is actually over and above what the regulations provide. We do give our female employees up to 90 days working days for maternity to go and take care of their little ones. We actually also do have a lactating room for our new mothers, so that when they are here at the work and they're also taking care of their little ones. So we also do have a lactating room at Old Mutual to take care of our female employees. And also, lastly, we do have policies in place that is encouraging our female employees to enter rooms of leadership. So we are looking into restructuring our board and to ensure that we involve ladies on our boardroom, and that is changing. Given that the statistics in senior management has changed, our next target is to have a bit of pink in our boardroom. So as a dominant and a leading player in the capital markets industry, I think when we speak about unit trust, I think it rings a bell for very many people. The previous speakers have talked about where we have statistics of 6% of ladies holding registered land, yeah? And you see by that, the traditional investments, the barriers of entering investment for women was very high. But having been a player in this capital market, we have come up with very affordable, inclusive investment products for the women that they can participate in. We are the leading players in the stocks exchange that have contributed to the numbers that were earlier presented in the securities exchange. We also actually do have a number of financial literacy trainings that we are doing for women-led organization and women communities. We do have sessions where we have financial literacy for the women in the marketplaces. We have gone down to Nakasero Market, to Kalere Market, to Nakawa Market to educate these women about financial literacy. And with this, we are seeing women participate more in investment and the capital markets. So that is what I can state for now. And Old Mutual, we commit to do great things every day, including women in our decisions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sharon. I think let's give a round of applause to Sharon and Old Mutual for for the work that's being done. I can imagine having some pink in the boardroom so that the men get to remember that, yeah, the women do exist in the company. That is very, very commendable, because I know that in the corporate spaces, in some particular areas, women have to negotiate their job and childbirth. You're either postponing, or you're thinking, now if I get pregnant, I am going to lose my job. As who work on TV, you're thinking, okay, I'm going to be taken off TV because I am disfigured, or stuff like that. So it is always a hard nut to crack for the women. And just because there are no policies that are direct for someone to be comforted, it was sad one time when one of my colleagues asked, so do you think when I go on maternity, I will be replaced? I told her it doesn't matter whether you're being replaced or not. Go and commit that divine job that God gave to us. After giving birth, don't even think about the job when you go for leave. Don't think about anything work. Give birth, take care of your child. You will come back. If you have the job, you will come back. If you don't have it, there are always other opportunities. And I can imagine how many other young women in workspaces have to think twice about something they want to do and job security. So it's very important to have those policies in place. Let me come now to Barbara. Barbara, let me also pick up from you on number one, what some of the challenges have been, especially when you're trying to implement these gender responsive policies. There is always sort of a retaliation coming through. Women are being crybabies. You can't be able to do this. How about us? Remember, someone lost a battle earlier on of saying there should be a men's month as well. So what have been some of those challenges and how you've dealt with them, but also some of the internal reforms as Yalelo that you have been able to implement or to introduce and promote gender equality?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I would like to announce that we just signed on the WEPs last year, like the team that was here, and that was an eye-opener for us as Yalelo. And at Yalelo, we promote equal opportunity and fair treatment. It's an important part of how we are building a sustainable and inclusive workplace. So one of the first steps that we took after signing on the WEPs was we conducted a gender audit. We reached out to UN Women and another team, and a gender audit was conducted on the business. This helped us understand the current state of our gender representation. Being a fish company, the male representation is higher than the female. So we also came up with a gender and diversity strategy, and this helped us come up with an intentional empowerment and gender and diversity committee. And in this committee, we made sure that it was multidisciplinary committee, where we had the patron being on the executive, from the executive team, and that is the patron is a male, and then the assistant patron is also a male, and then the chairperson for the committee is a female. Now that committee has 70% female and 30% male, and that was intentional, and it's across all the departments. And this plays a key role in promoting awareness, guiding initiatives, and ensuring that gender considerations are embedded in the workplace and all policies. So when we came up with that committee, the first initiatives, we will be introducing mentoring initiatives for the female and support career growth for the women in Yalelo, and that will happen this year. And we are also strengthening our talent pipeline, where we are focusing on graduate trainees, and 70% of those should be female, should be female. And we've recently recruited a number that have come into the production sector, and the production sector is basically people who work in fishing and the technical positions like engineering that have been predominantly male. So we are trying to encourage and ensure that we get trainees into those roles, and the trainees come in to immediately take on them after being mentored for 1 year. They take on the middle management positions. Now, that is one initiative that we've worked on. And our target, last year, our target was 20% female female representation in the business, and this year's target is 28% and 30% in 2027. In the senior management level, we have 40% representation, right from 25% last year. We are currently 40% represented in the senior management level. So we are working on a mentorship program where we are pairing different levels of women from the lower level to the senior managers to ensure that they grow within the ranks and right from interest, and also at the point of hiring. The good news is this year, as we're celebrating Women's Day, we actually run different initiatives, and one of the biggest initiative we did was we introduced the maternity extension, where we've extended it from 60 working days to 90 working days for the women. The plan for 2027 is to bring lactation rooms, because the area where we work in is not baby friendly, the farm. So we will improvise and make sure there are lactation rooms for mothers. That is when they come back after the 90 working days. That's about 4.5 to 5 months. And that was a very exciting opportunity for the ladies, and they were so happy. Beyond the policies and recruitment, we also focus on awareness and culture challenge. Each year, during the International Women's Day celebration, we dedicate a week to celebrate women within the organization. We showcase them, they share their experiences working with us and what they've come up with, how they've developed within the business. We did that this year, and we are running those testimonies on our social media platforms for the rest of the month, since this is a Women's Month. Okay. So we have a number of women, right from the cleaners to the senior managers, sharing their testimonies and encouraging other women to come up. Okay. In terms of challenges, the biggest challenge has been the nature of some operational roles within aquaculture and production environment, which have historically been male dominated. And that's why we bring in the graduate trainees and the recruitment and the mentoring of the different people in different positions. So to address this, we have taken a more intentional approach to inclusive recruitment, mentorship, and awareness. We are also working to ensure that job opportunities are accessible to women, encouraging female participation in our trainings and also ensure that the environment at work is supportive, where women can thrive and grow. Okay. While we recognize that achieving full gender balance takes time, the combination of clear targets, supportive policies, and a defined gender and diversity strategy, leadership commitment, and continuous awareness initiatives is helping us make steady progress towards a more inclusive and equitable workplace at Yalelo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Wow, incredible workspaces and what is being done to ensure that we remind ourselves that it is not a problem to be a woman at the end of the day, and that even when we have other roles to play, that should not be able to impede the growth across the different organizations. I know our time is fast spent, but I'll give about just 3 people 1 minute each in the audience. If we have some experience sharing, maybe your organization is doing it a different way, or you just want to seek clarity on something, I'll give 3 people the time. Do we have any? Just 3, a minute each? Or the women and what they shared is really inspirational, that it's just sinking and we are taking it in, how much organizations are ensuring that gender equality is at the forefront, reminding our brothers and sisters. And like the panel said, many of them, we can't do this conversation without the men. Because a chair that has 4 stands, if you take up one of the stands, it cannot be able to stand. So we need everyone. We need boys, as we raise them as mothers, right from the homes, to know and respect women, not just because they're their sisters, but it's a role that they should be able to pick up even when they grow and move on. Since we don't have anyone from the audience, I'll give our panelists about 30 seconds each to wrap up this conversation and the way forward. And I'll definitely once again start with Patience in just a few seconds.
Thank you, Mildred. So my parting shots are, as regulators, we will prepare the rules framework, the regulatory framework, we'll get it approved. But one of the things that annoys me is pretty words on a paper and they just remain like that, no implementation. Please carry the torch, go and implement in your organization, go and demand accountability. I just don't want to have pretty looking documents in my office and then when I come to inspect, there's just box ticking going on and a lot of lies. Please, let's be honest.
All right, Patience. Okay, thank you very much. Honesty is very key. We need to follow up and follow through everything that we do. All right, Yusra, over to you.
Yeah, I think we shall carry forward the operationalization of the network, which has been launched today, to be able to avail tools, trainings, mentorship, support to the companies that have signed up on the webs to ensure that they are able to implement the commitments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We need a supporting hand to keep reminding us. Yes, Sharon.
Thank you, Mildred. As Old Mutual, we commit to continue giving inclusive financial investment products and financial literacy to all women. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. And we envy the 90 working days. At my workplace, I can't take my entire annual leave together. I have to break it in bits because you need to be there. But yes, Patricia, let's take your parting shots.
Okay, thank you, Mildred. I think for me, it's a call for the partnerships and collaboration to be able to drive impact even further than where we are. So when private sector, development partners, regulators, government join hands for a very good cause, altogether we become unstoppable. Yeah, so I want to iterate the call that we are open as the association for banking, and we will continue to engage with our membership come 2027. I will be here and we will be having about
We are committed to implementing whatever we've signed upon regarding gender and diversity. And then the other aspect that I needed to add on that we may probably have left out and hadn't come on our minds is we employ different people from different backgrounds and they come to work with a lot of a lot of baggage every day, and what we seem to ignore is to get to understand the person we're dealing with. As Yalelo, we've onboarded a counselor on board for mental health, and that also helps us with gender and diversity issues that come the baggage that comes with wherever we come from. And of course, looking at domestic violence and other aspects, we will make sure that there's someone available to attend and ensure that the productivity of the staff, both male and female, is we benefit from that even at the workplace. So we are committed to fulfilling everything that we've signed on and ensure that we have a very inclusive and favorable workplace at Yalelo. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to these ladies. I normally see so many panels that I've hosted. Never have I hosted an all-female panel except during the Women's Month. This also needs to change. So I will kindly request my panel to just come to the front and take a group picture as we get to close. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a QR code just in case we have pictures that have been taken, and on that QR code it will be displayed on the screen here. You only will be able, and it will also be printed. Just simply click on the Rights Justice Action. You will get all our pictures, and please, while you're sharing on social media, don't forget to tag all of us and our partners. But also we have a photo booth outside. Ladies, there is no way we are leaving this place without taking some pictures. And those pictures will actually be shared. So please utilize the photo booth which is outside and our QR code because we also have a photo frame right there at the back of the room, almost close to where we were having our breakfast. And I am going to invite Michelle to just officially say bye-bye to us as we get to conclude this conversation. But let's all remember, it's not just about the documents, it is also about the implementation. Let us be intentional with the implementation to see actual results coming through. And like it was said, yes, we may fall somewhere, we may lag behind somewhere, but this is simply going to be a marathon that we will choose to take. And together, take those baby steps, we will be able to achieve gender equality in the near future. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all we had time for. Michelle will be coming to say bye to us. And then after, it's always very good to stay a few minutes and just interact. You never know who you met today. You never know who you were seated next to and you are not paying attention. It's very important to interact. Michelle, come through. But thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Mildred. On behalf of the Uganda Securities Exchange, we would like to thank our distinguished panelists who have made it possible today. Thank you for your presence, for your attention and willingness to be a part of this wonderful cause. To our partners, UN Women, IFC, we appreciate your investment in this dialogue is an investment in a better and more equal future. We are deeply grateful. Our gratitude also extends to the sponsors of this event, Quality Chemicals Limited, Bank of Baroda, Uganda, and Old Mutual. Valued partners whose contribution to today's program is deeply acknowledged. And to everyone in this room, don't let this energy stay within these walls. Carry it to your offices, to your boardrooms, to your teams, and to your homes. Thank you.
Today, we celebrate all women whose journey. At Bank of Baroda, Uganda, strength is not defined by title but by impact. Today, we celebrate all women whose journeys inspire progress, resilience, and positive change in our communities and beyond.
Strength means entering a new space with confidence and being able to cope with the new rules and regulations of the new environment.
Strength to me is resilience, working every day to do the best, whether in good condition or bad condition. Strength to me as an HR leader in the bank means creating an environment where people feel included, where there is fairness, and where we create opportunities for everyone to grow and lead.
Strength is not to be perfect. It is how gracefully and how gently we handle our mistakes. Strength to me is sharp intuition. Dignity, it is empathy. I believe that it is very important to create a gentle aura around you, which automatically attracts and connects people to you.
Being a woman with a career, that's already a highlight. as so many programs have been rolled for the girl child to study, to be educated and achieve their best in life. If I can recall the first day here, joining Bank of Baroda as one of the young professionals, it was exciting and inspiring because I was welcomed by the beautiful smiles, the vibrant people around me. I was also as well supported and encouraged to grow in my career and also outside the career world. We see so many women here in the bank in various leadership positions. For example, the department I'm in, the finance department, is being led by a woman. That shows that women's voice is now being heard, gives us the hope and the confidence that women can lead us all to victory and success. There's a quote Michelle Obama once stated, "There's no limit to what a woman can accomplish." So I encourage each and every one of us to keep striving for the best. As to me, it's not just a mere job, it's the beginning of a journey to contribute and to grow, both career-wise and in life. Happy Women's Day, stay blessed.
Over the 25 years when I joined Bank of Baroda, things were different. I joined when we had 5 branches. We now have 17 branches. We have over 200 staff members. Growing alongside the Bank of Baroda, it has shaped me into a more confident, potential, and purpose-driven profession. It has taught me to be a leader, a team worker, and value of perseverance. Along the way, I have learned from others, and now I find great fulfillment in mentoring young colleagues and encouraging them to believe in their own potential. Being a woman in banking, you have to be honest, faithful, giving customer care at your best, and being ready to learn and adapt. Baroda has supported me, has been supportive in my life, in my journey for the years I've spent here, and I'm very grateful. I started my family from here. My children have studied when I'm here. I'm very grateful. The bank gives opportunity to all people, women inclusive. We mentor, we train, we promote. The process is equal for everyone. We have 91 positions in the bank, and out of these ones, 45 are female. That gives us a 50%. And at junior management, currently we have 71 positions, and out of the 71, 53 are ladies. Because we know that mothers are naturals, we have a maternity room at our head office combined with the Kampala main branch, where we have majority women. And in this room, we encourage the new mothers to come with the babies so that they can take extra care, or even during that time when the child is sick, their room is open to take extra care of their babies. We believe that when women thrive, the organization grows, it is more stable and it is more innovative.
Leadership is a big term, so it's very demanding, and hence it requires a lot of support, lot of understanding, and lot of encouragement. To me, leader is the one who creates and gives opportunity to people around him, so that not only the leader but the entire team grows and reaches to the level of excellence. I personally believe that people do not follow what we say, they follow what we do. So it is okay to make mistakes, it is okay to fall. But again, next minute, it is also important to get up and move on. To me, that is leadership.
We lead, we grow, we support.
We inspire. Together, we are shaping the future.
Every year during this time, when we celebrate International Women's Day, we also celebrate or commemorate women empowerment principles. UN Women, in a collaboration with United Nations Global Compact, developed these women economic principles in 2010 to provide a framework for businesses to promote gender equality and women empowerment. The theme for this year is rights, justice, action for all women and girls. The global UN Women have selected this theme in order to remind ourselves that women economic empowerment depends very much on just access to justice. When women access rights, when women lead businesses, we see economies grow stronger, and also we see community thrive. This is the case that we see quite a lot. When women take leadership, the whole community prosper and also the economy's progress. Throughout Ring the Bell, we are partnering with Uganda Exchange Securities, and also we are partnering with private sector champions and communities. And as you say, we're almost finishing. So let me maybe use this opportunity to express my gratitude to them for all the dedication, for all the work that we've been doing together over the years. Every year we come together. So we appreciate them, all the signatories of the WEPs, and we appreciate for the good work that they've been doing, and let's continue working together to promote gender equality and women empowerment. And this time, we see now we have quite a lot of backlash against gender equality. So I would like to emphasize, to call everybody, all our partners, to come together to promote gender equality and women empowerment.
Before we signed the Women Empowerment Principles under Ring the Bell, we were experiencing a lot of male turn up in our classes. And this was because we were not having enough effort put towards empowering women and girls within our program. What happened is that we began giving attention and focus to enrolling more girls and women in our classes. We have gone ahead to put up events like the Girls in ICT Week, which focuses on empowering young girls in primary schools with coding and robotics skills every year. So I would like to invite the public out there to come and be part of the Ring the Bell event this Thursday at Sheraton Hotel. It's a call for the general public to come and join the forces that are rallying behind the question of gender equality. So with women empowered, we believe we can forge forward a future that where everyone is able to thrive.
I am Kathy Adengo. I'm the head of sustainability at Stanbic Bank Uganda. One of the things that was very critical for us at Stanbic, when we looked at the initiative and what the Women Economic Empowerment Principles, which is what it does, is that it elevates the way we do business, because by including women and promoting
At Bank of Baroda, Uganda.
I am Kathy Adengo. I'm the head of sustainability at Stanbic Bank Uganda. One of the things that was very critical for us at Stanbic, when we looked at the initiative and what the Women Economic Empowerment Principles, which is what it does, is that it elevates the way we do business, because by including women and promoting gender equality in our business processes, in our strategies, just makes us a much stronger business, and also promotes opportunities for women who are our clients, as well as internally to progress women who are in finance. Stanbic remains committed to ensuring that we're doing our very best to participate in women economic empowerment in Uganda. And among the things that are going to be very fundamental, especially under our sustainability strategy, is creating bigger partnerships that scale how we empower women. Right now, we're very proud of the partnership we have with PSFU and the World Bank through GROW that enables us to provide lending at 10% to women. But we know that more women want access to this money. So what we're going to do is continue to scale the different programs with other partners, whether it's the DFIs, whether it's government of Uganda, to ensure that we reach the women all the way at the bottom of the pyramid, but providing them that necessary affordable financing to grow their businesses and even just have a better life. We're very excited. We have some potential development partners who are talking to us, and we're very excited on the scale of impact that we can do and reach more women to advance and improve their lives.
For me, it's a privilege to have signed the Women Empowerment Principles. It's been intentionally enabling women, both in-house and outside the workspace here. That looks both at individuals within the workplace and then also clients. We've been intentional on the partnerships that we partake support the women. We've had quite a number of them, both in informal sectors and formal sectors. We've seen the number of clients increase, especially the ladies, that are opening up investment accounts, both for the unit trusts and the shares, through our financial literacy programs. And then also, we've realized that the accounts are not just increased, but also by the participation. The funds that clients are depositing are also going up. Yes, and then also internally, which has been intentional on having gender equality among the staff. Our staff here at Obunchi Investment Group now stands at 70% female and 30% male.
Women make good managers, and to me, that is a win for the women in Uganda to know that one, the top executive believes in them, believes in their potential, not on who you are, your background, your tribe affiliation, religious affiliation. It's one thing we've seen in this country that every woman who has the potential has an opportunity. And so to us as Ministry of Trade, we are really keen to ensure that we are going to be part of this, what we call the WEP ambassadors, who are from the policy side to advocate for more companies to embrace this initiative. Because at the end of the day, what we feel is that that collective effort by the government, the private sector, the civil society organization and NGOs, advocacy groups and government partners, it presents that supportive bedrock for us to highlight the importance of women in our community, in business in particular, and how they participate in trade and investment. As we ring the bell to make sure that we advocate for gender and equity and also women economic empowerment, to us, we do believe that at the end of the day, this is the moment that we can make decisions that can actually be well articulated to go across board to the entire public to show and demonstrate our commitment as Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives that these are issues that also matter most and are close to our hearts. When we educate the girl child, you're actually building a nation. So if we are real about gender and equity and women empowerment, I think this is the moment to walk and live the talk for God and my country. Thank you very much.